to it. Let's get back into Dark Souls 3 here. See what I can make happen this time. Now, there are a couple extra things we're gonna go forth and do right off the rip. Because there are a few things I forgot. Including, I don't think we ever hopped down over here. So just right off the bat, we'll just hop down here. I don't know if this actually goes anywhere. But just curiosity checks. Yeah, no, this just loops around. I think we did hop down there, actually. But there's a lot of cleanup we're gonna go ahead and do right off the start point here today. So if there's people worried about missing anything, don't worry, you're not gonna miss much. Based on what I'm intending to do here today. At least, you're not gonna miss much in the early bits. First stop on our trip is going to be going to the tower or on the wall in the high wall of Lothric. Go fetch us a friend. Because there's 3 friends that we're gonna go get today. Gonna go make friends and influence people. Assuming I placed myself correctly to do this. Where's the way down from here? Over here. Yes, this is where I wanted to place myself. Now, I'll talk about what I did in between sessions once we're done doing this, because I forgot to talk about that immediately. But suffice it to say, we are a little bit stronger than we were before. That does not mean that nothing bad will happen, because do remember, we are still slow as far as our swings go, because the longsword isn't the fastest thing in the land. So things like that will still happen to us. In fact, let's just do this the easy way, because I was rushing to get us down there because I didn't want to take too long doing this. And lo and behold, things went wrong. Because you are just not allowed to do things quickly in these games. That's not how that works. Anyway. Enough out of that. We're just gonna pretend that didn't happen. Is to turn in the cell key that we found. It's actually quite quick and easy to do. I didn't bother to do it last time because I forgot that it was quite this close. Some of these exploded. There we go. Just so I don't blow myself up, since we are using a fire sword, in case I have to swing it at him at all. There we go. We do still have another friend over here who decides to wreck the pottery instead of coming after me for some reason. He's just got an anger problem, I guess. Anybody else want to interfere with me getting to this? No? Good. Anyway, we have this fellow in here, who looks an awful lot like the guys we were fighting in the settlement. Ta-da, the cell key is used here. Hello, friend.
Ah. You're no jailer, are you?
Could be.
No, you're from far away. And judging by the bell, you must be some of that unkindled ash.
That's rude.
Remarkable. If that's true, then I have a favor to ask. Below the high wall is a musty little town. Not the home of any lord, just a very old settlement of undead. An old woman, Loretta, lives there. Please, give her this ring. I'm not asking for charity. In fact, if you do this for me, I'll be sure to repay you in kind. I may be a petty thief, but I've more wits than most royalty.
That sounds about right.
What do you say then, huh?
Yeah, sure. I've already been there.
Very well. I humbly place my faith in you. I am Grey Rat of the Undead Settlement, and I promise to assist you. Give this ring to old Loretta at the base of the high wall. Do your part, and I'll do mine.
Good man. And away he goes. The reason I had tilted the camera is I realized the shirt they're wearing, even though at our settings it looks a little odd, I think it might actually be a chain shirt. Which might be why those guys actually can take a couple whacks despite the fact that they're generally, like, really spindly. I mean, they look like you'd snap them like a twig with one good whack of a club. I think we'd be able to pull that shield and such off the wall and take it, but nah. This, of course, doesn't go anywhere. That is an actual room over there, which I'm pretty sure we have seen. But that's all we came back to the high wall to do, particularly. There is a couple other doors and such we haven't accessed. Like, this one is locked. I do know what unlocks that door, and we're not doing it. So, I'll just go ahead and tell y'all. That is apparently attached to the invasion quest line. So, that's irrelevant to us. We're not going and dealing with any of that. This is the wrong way. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and just leave, because getting Grey Rat was the only thing I wanted to come back in here to do at the moment. That was the priority. Unless I can open this door? Memento. I forgot that this was the door that led to you. How rude of me. I forgot you. Anyway. Oh, thanks for the shield. As soon as I saw the item there, I'm like, please tell me I got the Lothric Knight Sword. That would have been hilarious to accidentally get that. But it was the shield, which we probably won't use. Does this door open? Nope, not from this side. I was pretty sure I had checked that when I was checking what I had forgotten when I grinded a bit this morning, but clearly I was wrong. So before I go fetch our next friend, we're gonna go back to the shrine so we can discuss what I've done and go have a chat with Grey Rat. So I don't accidentally do something wrong here. Because, see, his quest line's actually one of the few I do know decently, because it's one of the few I actually did when I played this the first time. I did refresh myself a little bit on some of the particulars, but I do know what I'm doing with that idea. And his is going to be useful to us in particular as well. There he is, he's skulking about over there. But before I talk to him, let me address the changes I made. We now have 10 Vigor, so we actually have over 400 hit points. That was only a change of 1 point there. Added a couple more Dexterity, added a bit more Attunement, so we have a third slot and a little bit more FP. That's really all that changed. There was no major changes, I just got myself a couple levels to even things out a little bit and make ourselves just a little bit stronger. Major changes won't be happening until we actually have things to reach for. And better places to grind, really.
Oh, hello, you're back. And in one piece. Well, now it's time I do my part. Whatever trinket you need, speak up. Just don't ask me where I got them.
So yeah, he sells things, and as you can see, he takes Loretta's bone. Because bear in mind, he said he was looking for an old woman named Loretta. The body we cut down when we were going through the undead settlement gave us Loretta's bone. You can kind of put two and two together about what happened to Loretta. But we'll tend to that after we've done our business here right quick. is Greirat sells a fair amount of things that you may want, including fire arrows, which are lovely, a longsword in case you didn't pick one up, bastard sword if you are so inclined into that, the bandit knife, which I was considering, since we are on the more dexterity angle once again, rope fire bombs, which I think are just a bit better than regular fire bombs, but they're thrown behind you, so mixed utility there. Some decent shields. Hard leather set, which is, as you might expect, you know, just okay. A thief mask. You'll notice he doesn't have the rest of the thief set, just the mask. And of course some embers, if you are so inclined toward those. Howdy, Natra. You also will buy your stuff just like the old lady does. I think I got rid of most everything I wanted to sell already. Like, I technically could sell that Lothric Knight shield, because I'm probably... Yeah, in fact, no, I can guarantee you I'm never going to use it, because it needs 18 strength. If I was going to go for a 100% physical reduction shield, it'd be the Silver Eagle shield, because it only takes one more strength than I have to use. So we'll go ahead and pawn that off. It was also a parrying shield, and I'm not going to be parrying. That's not how I do. And the ring he gave us is the blue Tearstone ring. Increases your damage absorption when your health's low. I'll probably put it on while I got empty space, and that's about it, because increasing your absorption when your health's already low really ain't gonna matter, because it's probably still gonna die anyway. I'm gonna go ahead, I think, and sell one of the embers we have, so I can buy that bandit knife, in case I decide I want to use it. Now you might be thinking, well, what's the hurry about buying things from him right now? You'll see in a minute.
Heavens, she was already dead. Thank you. I'm not surprised, though. Almost a relief, really. You can keep the ring as, well, a little trinket of thanks, I suppose. You can keep the ring as...
Is that all you're gonna say right now? I guess I need to leave and come back.
Oh, this place is a bore.
There it is.
What good is thievery if you've nowhere to go?
He's a little bored. Good lord, Natra, 155 streak.
Oh, hello, you're back. And in one piece. Well, now it's time I do my part, huh? You can keep the rest.
Okay, you're still saying that. I guess I need to fully unload and reload the area before he'll offer. Is there something else Greirat will do for us? It's a little bit of a gamble of sorts, but it will be well worth it to us, based on my knowledge of how that situation works out. Yeah, the bandit knife's main thing is that it has some bleed to it. That's not really what we're going to be using it for. It's more a matter of it's a solid knife with good scaling. Because I am probably going to try to lean daggers for this, because I have never used them heavily. We're obviously using the fire longsword right now just because it's just a really good sword. And starting safe is usually a wise course. I keep expecting you to purposely drop the streak because you've mentioned it would be funny a few times and it just hasn't happened yet. And I'm waiting for the day where you decide to follow through on that. Okay, quick step is forward, not backward. That may not be what I wanted then. It's not the move I thought that was. I may have wasted my money getting this, but, you know, It's here. I have it. It's a knife. It does the slicey slice. Oh, something else I should address that I did. I won't be able to do anything with this information right now. That is true. You would have to purposely miss an entire session. Yeah, I went and killed the guy that scared us over by where the boss fight in the high wall was. And he dropped this refined gem, which lets you raise the scaling on things. Or, more accurately, it lets you even out the scaling while raising it slightly. Is more or less how it seems to work. In our particular case, it's not going to be worthwhile on the bandit knife at all, for example. But it's a thing, and it may very well be useful at some point.
Pretty big, I don't want to say.
I could have just showed you it in the inventory, but I figured I'd demonstrate what its effects are while I was at it. For those that didn't know how that worked. Okay, so with that done, it's time to go fetch our second friend. Oh, I did burn our undead bone shard as well, so we have increased healing. So, step 2 is we want to go here? No. It's kind of 6 of one, half dozen the other here. Both of the people we're going to be going and talking to at this point, assuming I can do both of them right now. The second one is a little bit of a question mark. They're both going to be here. Which really shouldn't come as a surprise considering, you know, we haven't really gone that many other places. If I said the high wall was done, then the only other option really would be here. Welcome in there, be monsters. It is and isn't hard. Like, there are parts of it that are hard, and there are parts of it that are honestly not that bad. Lock-on being one of the most dangerous things in this game, where it just decides to let go sometimes. You lot don't matter. Coming through. I'm of course taking it easier on myself by letting myself use magic, but you know. That's all part of how you handle the situations before you. So I'll never claim that these games are easy, but there are definitely ways to make them significantly easier for yourselves. I say as I don't do most of them. But hopefully you're doing well today. We're popping over here though, because I remembered something and then I confirmed something. Gotta find them. To be fair, you're not supposed to be rushing to Dancer, so I can kind of see why you'd have a problem there. You're meant to be doing that one later, for the most part, as far as I'm aware. Aren't one of you alive? Or is it because I triggered the dialogue and walked away that you're now not here anymore and I've completely missed my opportunity for this? There you are.
Then it's true. A champion of Ash as I live and breathe. To be in your presence is a great honor. I am Yol of Londor, a pilgrim, as you can see, only somehow I failed to die as was ordained. Well, perhaps my calling lies elsewhere. Say, champion of Ash, how does the idea of taking me into your service strike you? I was once a sorcerer. Surely I can be of use. Oh, I am honored, truly. I should be dead, yet you have granted me purpose anew. I, Yol of Londor, do solemnly swear myself to you.
There we go. Now, I do want to note that I would prefer people don't talk about things that are too far ahead of where we're at right now. I know most of these things decently, but my memory is questionable on a lot of that, but it's more for those who may not have seen any of it themselves beforehand. Leave some surprises, you know? Because this is technically classed as a first playthrough, even though it'll be only my first time finishing. So do bear that in mind. But hopefully your plan works out for you. Because as it currently stands, all we've done so far was finish the high wall, and now we're more than halfway through the undead settlement, more or less. Now, this is by no means going to be any kind of speed run or anything impressive. I don't see how that's a problem. Because I am one as well, and it hasn't really gotten me in that much trouble in this series. You just have to be a smart loot goblin. Which means not just charging straight at the first prize that's sitting there. Oh, you're a collector. That's a different problem. Yeah, if you need to have, like, absolutely every drop and everything, you are going to be in hell. Probably just put those on since I have the empty space. They do add weight, but not by enough that it's a big issue. I love that the gate didn't actually render as being open even though they're in there doing their thing. That's funny. We're gonna quickly pop back before I take us to the next spot we're going to in the settlement, though. So I can show off what Yoel does for us. Once I remember where he is. So that fog door keeps popping back up. I don't remember why that's there. Oh well, doesn't matter. Probably for keeping the rendering down or something like that. Where does Yoel appear? That is the question. I don't remember. I would assume he's just over with everybody else. Here somewhere. That was not meant to be a question to be answered, but fair enough. I will ask things aloud a lot, just ignore them. I will let everyone know when I'm actually looking for an answer.
Oh, our champion of Ash, welcome home. This pilgrim, with a debt in death, hardly deserves to behold this divine flame. And I never would have, had you not taken me into your service. I thank you dearly for this, and assure you of my leal service.
I don't trust you any further than I can throw you. With that thing on your back, I wouldn't be able to throw you very far. But you do carry sorceries. Not ones that I have any use for, since I already have these two, and I don't have any particular use for magic weapon or magic shield. But for demonstration purposes, these are here.
Be safe, champion of Ash.
I'll be safer further away from you, I think. Anyone who swears service like that so ardently, I immediately don't trust. It's more often than not, anybody that goes that hard on that thought immediately is lying to you and planning on stabbing you in the back. Now, we're gonna pop over to where I'm headed right now, because there is one other person that I did see and didn't go get earlier. Everybody's out for their own interests. Let's be real here. Even the very sources of our power are still only so trustworthy. Judge the distance wrong there. Come along. Now the fun question is, do I have a key to open this?
Aha, unkindled, are we? Welcome to my abode. I am Cornyx, an old pyromancer. A crow in his cage, as you see now. But here we are, an encounter for the ages. I hear the unkindled make for fine vessels. Care to learn some pyromancies from this old man?
Sure, why not?
Most wise. A chance encounter should not be squandered. To reiterate, I am Cornyx of the Great Swamp. The pleasure is mine.
You know, not very effective a cage when people can just teleport out of it, huh? Anyway, that job is done. We won't worry about popping back for Cornyx right now, because Cornyx has made it very clear what Cornyx will do for us. Yeah, fair enough. I won't judge people for their hobbies. This is close enough to where I'm going to be headed anyway. We can just carry on from here. And thankfully, that guy's oblivious. Just don't feel like dealing with him. Now, what is this next step that I want to do right now? We've already gone down into the sewers. We already did the demon fight. We befriended the bowman. I don't want to fight the boss right this second. There's one other thing I wanted to do, and I'm trying to pull my brain together enough to recall what my plan was. But that is all of the people I wanted to go collect that I forgot last week. That's the cleanup I intended. Just bear with me a moment while I pull memory together to formulate the thought I was on. Yes, actually, I do want to go back sewerward. I believe that takes me to where I wanted to go. Not directly, but it's in the right direction. That is not what I wanted. I have this awful habit of constantly pressing forward because I would like to just walk forward in between attacks. Yeah, I don't have that key yet. I know of that key, but I did not grab it yet. Because we have not fulfilled the conditions for that part of this whole process yet. There's the big rat. Forgot I had the shield in hand. That's gonna take too long to cast because I'm doing stupid things, getting my brain back together. There we go. You would think after the warm-up I did earlier, I would not have so many mental fumbles. And then you have to account for the fact that it is disgustingly hot this week, and my brain is already cooked. Where a lot of the mental faculties are not going to be where they ought to be. It's definitely a universal problem, I feel, right now, that's for sure. Hopefully it's not as bad there. Like, all the air conditioning in the world ain't saving me. You know, I did have the bonfire right here. I could have just gone right here. But more warm-up is never a bad thing. I don't think I can land this shot and avoid having to chase this lizard. Yeah, no, that won't reach. Nah. We'll worry about that later. I could probably manual aim a shot up and over there to get it. But if I don't happen to get to it quick enough, we don't get to it quick enough. Now we got it this time. Oh, that actually had a sharp gem. You know, that is more worthwhile than I thought it would be. I was expecting just some Titanite, which I'm not that eager for at this exact second. I've still not settled on any of the weapons I have right now, so it'd be kind of a waste. Come on, Lumberjack. I'll address you about that in a second, because there's a very easy answer to your question. The green ring that I don't have, you mean? That may make the answer to your question very easy. Nope. I know what I did wrong there, but I do not have the other ring, no. Bear in mind, absolutely no efficiency is being put into this. This is just a as I happen to go trip. I have done negligible research because I don't care to. I'm just playing the game. That there is no build, there is no anything. This is just things happen as they happen. I know that's alien to a lot of the people that stream in these games, but trust me when I say I'm just doing it. I'm trying to remember. It's an effective way to go, especially early on, since you don't have the stats for the scaling to matter early on. Oh yeah, no, this is the right way for what I'm trying to do right now. As I mentioned before, we've already befriended the Bowman, so he's taking care of our problems rather nicely for the most part. To be fair, if you have that many souls, you probably could have made your situation with the Dancer just a bit easier. Just a thought. But you do how you want to do. Clean that up because I can sell that, though it's only going to be worth 30, so it's not really worth selling too much. Is there anything up here that I forgot? Because when in doubt, may as well double check. Yep, there we go. That's what I was looking for. Because I knew there was something around here that I wanted that I'd forgotten to grab. If you're worrying about such things, then yeah, that does impose additional limits, that is true. I did forget that the Dancer was worth 70, though, is I have not fought Dancer yet. I have fought the Dancer and done it in the past, but that is long past, back when the game was new. If that tells you anything about the memory I'm dredging to try to do the things I am doing. Because all the achievements I have for this were all dated 2016. I did technically play it a little bit since then, because I was helping a friend along a bit back then. I suspect this is a lie, but I'll check for shits and giggles. Yeah, that seems like it was a lie. I think I've gone the wrong way for where I was trying to go. I thought it was connected to this route right here, but I think it's actually the other way. In fact, no, you know what? Basic common sense tells me, hey, stupid, you're going the wrong way. Well, yeah, that's what's left of the community at this point, this far into its life cycle. You have a handful of people that are picking the game up for the first time because they'll either see somebody play it, or cases like me where they're obligated to play it because of a goal they had put forth. And they'll be just kind of fresh faces getting obliterated by the people who live and breathe this game, because that's just what they do. That is their way of spending their time. Which is why I do my damnedest to stay out of that. Because it just ain't worth it. Now, do I get there by going this way, or do I get there by going... That looks like it loops around the right way. I'm pretty sure that's the way I want to go for what I'm thinking. We've already been there once, so... You would think I would remember, since it's only been a week. Bold of you to assume I remember anything these days. The mine tunnel is there. Did I go the wrong way completely by going over here? There's a lot of little things like that in this series that you can mess about with. But you always have to play the mental gamble at that point of like, did they mean to do it that way, or did it just happen to work out that way? And you really just kind of have a 50-50 on that one overall, I would say. In that particular case, I think it is just a happen to work out that way, yeah. And then it just never gets fixed because it's like, you know what, this is funny, we'll just leave that. This is fine. Missed. Oh. Oh, you're gonna try to explode. No, thank you. Near. Nope. There we go. Spacing is everything. They really are annoying. I have yet to get hit by the grab in this time, but man, the first time I ever was here, that grab was the bane of my existence. This is a dead end out here. Like, thankfully, if you've got some reach, they're really not that bad, because you can just kind of heavy poke them to keep them from doing too much. There's definitely a few rooms where they're going to be a major issue in here. It would help so much if my brain was firing on all cylinders. Case in point. I thought I could get the other swing off, and I just get juggled to death before I get a chance to make that other swing. Well, it's fine. That's the wrong way anyway. Trying to parse where I'm trying to go again in my head. Because I'm having to piece by piece rebuild the map in my brain right now. To try to work out what I was trying to do. Do I have a location that would be closer to my intention? It may actually technically be easier to get back there from the underside. For those wondering, I'm just leaving those souls on the table. I don't care enough to go back over there because it's not the direction I'm trying to go right now. Yeah, that's where I'm trying to get to, over there. Because now that I have it in vision, the thing I was trying to do was get back to the Archer's Tower. No, I don't hate myself enough to go do that right now. Because as I said, I've done my time with the Dancer. We will do the Dancer when its due is up. Which is not now. See, the Dancer was the thing I was helping my friend deal with, because he made the poor life choice of trying to do Dancer early. So I ended up suffering along with him to solve the problem so he wasn't stuck there for all eternity. I've also done Dancer by myself back then as well, which is why I was willing to help him with that problem. But trust me when I say I'm not the typical person to play these games. I'm not here to cause myself pain and misery, willingly. What had gone wrong when I came over here before was take the wrong turn. I wanted to go that way, not that way. I just remembered going to the sewer before we ended up there, is why I had it crossed. Well, yeah. But as I said before, there are many ways to make your pain less, rather than going out of your way to increase it. Yeah, you were gonna throw that faster than that was gonna cast. That was kind of inevitable. Thanks, Lock-On. Very cool. Nope. None for you. Yep, you're just gonna keep going. You're just having a whole time. I gotta remember the other ones there, too. There's the pottery. You need to go before the other one gets here. I couldn't keep playing it safe with the other one anymore once his friend was getting close. One too many. Now that he's committed on that, that's the end of him. That was sloppy, but we got it done. We're not gonna bother with him. He's irrelevant. We already talked to him, so we're not gonna pay him any mind now. The sound in here is still weird. Which way is this elevator going right now? Is this going down currently? No, it isn't. I kept talking about going down this elevator last week, and then I never actually did. I was too focused on what I was doing after having gone up. So we're gonna go ahead and pop down here and do a specific thing. Before we worry about anything else. Watch my back. Never know when something's gonna pop out of the shadows. Hey, buddy. You're gonna be a problem. Yes, you are. Got stuck on the terrain because I can't and have camera control and be at a good angle at the same time. Yep. I forgot how fast those guys were. I really thought there was going to be a little bit more leeway after that first charge. Of course, I also lost the leeway I was going to have because I hit the edge of the room immediately. But what I want to do is on the other side of that. I wouldn't mind having something that he has, is why I'm going to fight him. Technically, you could just run past him, most likely, but I try not to do that, because it does kind of make most things irrelevant as well. Well, what's the point if you just cheese everything? Like, don't get me wrong, if he gives me enough trouble, I will take care of it the easy way, but I'm at least gonna give him a fair shot first. Fair play and all that. Why do I keep going the wrong ways? Let's hop over here to get where I'm going. There we go. Of course, now I gotta deal with this double punch bowl man again. If they weren't just a little bit better of a spot, I would just zip through. But half the time when I try to run through here, I just get clobbered with one bowl or the other. Come on, throw the bowl. Thank you. Guarding the bridge, which really sucks. Come on off the bridge, please. Just gotta manage to get away from their range quick enough now. Which thankfully they're kind of slow, so might be able to get out of there before he can follow far enough. Yeah, there we go. Pretty sure the elevator's going up right now? Yeah, it is. Because I just triggered it going down before. Now, remembering that that guy is there, though, we're gonna not just blunder right into a bad position with him. So I should at least be able to get a spell off before he gets that full charge in. But I may be better served just going to my shield. Not that that shield's that useful. I can lock onto you. Nope, you're locking onto me immediately. Okay. Man alive, that is nasty. Yeah, no, I'm just not even getting a second to take any action. I am going to remind you again that unless I ask for things, shush. Just sit back and enjoy the suffering. Let it be what it will be. This is your last chance on that, though. I have no issue with the fact that people wish to help, but I do not desire the help. Now wait a tick. Why are you there? All the times we've walked through here and you have not been there. You don't normally... Huh. You had to have just walked that far down because you're not over there anymore. So, you're also just standing there. Strange. Oh, perish. Do 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 do. Ba-na-ba-na, ba-ba-da-ba. Ba-da-ba-da, ba-ba-da, ba-da-da. You're fucking dead. Anyway. Back to the Adventures of Double Punch Bowl. Oh, you... Right, I forgot you do damage just bumping into me when you're doing that run. I had a moment of doubt. I'm like, wait, why did I get hurt there? I thought for some reason the worker had thrown something at me. I'm like, they only throw fire bombs, and there was no fire. Something there didn't make sense. Forgot they've got very powerful knees. Anyway, let's do this again. There we go. I think since I was standing where the button was supposed to go back up, it never fully reset, so it didn't let me actually go down. So my stuff is right in a bad spot, too. I didn't buy any fire arrows, which is a shame. Guess he just ducked it. Now, here's a fun question. Does he pursue out of that room? Answer is no. He is stupid. Oh, the excitement. Eventually he'll go back to where he belongs. Doesn't help that he's a little wobbly, so it's hard to get the clean head. Let's go a bit further just in case he does actually come through the door, shall we? Since he was a little further along. Shame I don't have the hawk ring for this, but you know, it be what it be. Starting to get my eye in again for the bow, which of course helps immensely. Oh wow, he really didn't get very far. Ack. Yep, that's what I was afraid of, is eventually I was going to hit him enough times that he was going to get locked onto me a little too much. Just push it. Just get it over with. There we go. Irithyll straight sword. The sword's what I wanted. I couldn't remember what stats it was going to need, but at the very least, it'll be a nice sword for my collection. More importantly, though, we can go through this door. and open up the road of sacrifices. Because we do need to go this way. So you kind of need to go through that guy. One way or another. There's things here that I want as well. Since I missed my first swing, I didn't have the stamina to kill you outright. Now, we're not going to be delving all the way into here right now, because I do want to clean up the boss and everything back there before I go too far. I just wanted to have the bonfire down here opened before I did anything else. Make my life simpler, you know? Let's go back and do some business. And then we will head forward. That Irithyll sword. Can I use it? I cannot. It needs more strength. Okay. And it may very well just get left by the wayside. It's not incredible by any means. It is just another weapon with descaling. But still, we did the thing. Order of operations in my head. Bring you certain
well
thing.
met, Ashen One. How may
Is you take ashes. You can have this
Gracious.
mortician ash.
passing fine ash thou'st given? Let this ash bestow nourishment. I only hope these new wares content thee.
Because what this does is it activates more things for us to buy. Specifically, we wanted this grave key. That was the key I was talking about down in the sewer that I knew how to get, but I hadn't gotten yet. I had forgotten the precise location of the Mortician ashes, and now we can get a charcoal pine and human pine resin and things like that. As well as some more embers that I'm gonna have no real use for. Still, probably not buying that tower key anytime this century for 20,000. I could grab Farron Dart while I've got the money, so you know what? Sure, why not? I don't know if I'll ever use it, but I have it now. Just so we're not left with
Ashen
as
One,
much to potentially
you
lose
sure
lying
want
around.
to bring more souls?
Yes, yes, laugh it up. Ooh. System had a moment there. That was concerning.
Ah, 'tis good, wasn't it?
Do you have enough Titanite to level a thing that I haven't already leveled? Do I actually want to use either of these, though? I would rather wait and try to get a specific thing before I do the dagger pivot that I want to do, I think. Because neither of these are good enough on their own right now for me to be comfortable switching. Because the Mailbreaker's genuinely not bad. Like, considering our statistics and everything, that's actually a solid weapon in its own right off the rip. I just prefer the fire longsword we have right now for our current situation. I could even match this up and make this a fire weapon as well, but that is not that great overall. And I feel like losing the scaling for this would actually be kind of awful. Well, actually no, it is only descaling. Maybe it doesn't matter. Because it is losing 24 plus 6, so 30 off of it, but it's gaining 65. That's probably fine. We'll give it a try. Because I do know how to get more fire gems. We can just get them at the big bonfire where all of the worshippers are anyway. And it's a decently long knife, and it's fast. It's kind of funny to be going back to the weapon I started the game with. But I do think it'll work. Because our biggest problem using the longsword was things were hitting us faster than we could hit them. I had went to the longsword to have the reach to gain advantage that way, but I think looping back may be the move. Now, we are going to make a play for the boss of this area now. This area being Undead Settlement, but that'll be after the ads are done. The ads are about to kick in, so I don't really want y'all to miss the fight. So, while we wait for the ads to start, I'm gonna refamiliarize myself with using the Mailbreaker. Of course, it took me long enough to get to this guy that the ads started anyway. I thought I had the shield in my other hand, so I went to do the fancy deep stab. That one. Thanks, Lock-On. Very cool. Yeah, another big flaw of our lighter weapon we're going to be using here is going to be not being able to stun things nearly as effectively. The fire kind of helps with that a little bit, but not enough. Yeah, while the ads run now, I'm going to go ahead and get up for a second. That's going to be curtailed a little bit because of the timing, but it be what it be. 1 sec. Okay, I have returned. You are almost back from the ads according to the shortest timer. The other timer disagrees. We'll see what happens. The amount of Estus I burned, though, we're obviously gonna just rest again anyway. And for the purposes of getting to the boss fight and doing the thing, I'm probably just gonna zip past old Sawbones here anyway. Which actually... yeah, no, this is the way I want to go. Because thankfully, old Sawbones there is a little slow on the uptake. So, it works itself out just fine. Hammer man. Ooh. Later, boys. And there we go. We're here with all of our Estus intact. Not even a scratch on us. Give it a second for the ads to fully finish. And then we'll deal with that problem. Yeah, oddball ahead is about right. Welcome back from the ads, everybody, because you should all fully be back now. We're about to do this. For lack of a better way of putting it. I sprinted my way here while the ads were finishing up, just so there was no extra dallying. I figured this would have, like, triggered a fight immediately. This is why I avoided going in this room. I remember there being a fight in here. I guess I need to deal with you lot first. This is definitely less efficient in some ways as a weapon. That's not really a surprise. That extra speed, though, is very nice for avoiding things. I'm pretty sure it gives me more leeway to go back to rolling. Brave got in the way. Oh, the Great Wood woke up. I was really hoping to clean this up a bit more first. So that's the boss over there, by the way, the Curse-Rotted Great Wood. It's gonna be a whole issue. Maybe it's because I was remembering, like, after it activates. Maybe it's, like, always a problem from then. Yep, that's a big step you got there, bud. Oh, that does not do a lot to you, huh? That's upsetting. Good news is, I seem to recall something specific I can do. Oh, it's just gonna be raining men. Okay, well, nothing for it but to go for it, then. Okay, that does hit me. That's what I was afraid of. Get away from it so it doesn't squish you. I was way early on that. Oh, these hurt. The goo hurts, the goo hurts. Oh, and it's still... Oh, I hate this. I forgot just how much of a problem this was gonna be entirely, apparently. See, it has a weak point. Keeping hold of the weak point is going to be the hard part. Because you'll notice a bunch of parts of it actually just don't even take damage at all. Like that arrow did nothing. Okay, that didn't seem like that should have made contact, but sure thing, video game. I used the wrong move again because I'm gonna have bad habits with that. I could not tell when that was actually gonna be an attack. All I saw was big tree moving. It's like, okay, where's the damage part of that? This is why I was trying to make sure to be prepared for this, but clearly I did not prepare properly. We're gonna go ahead and go back to the longsword for this because I'm clearly not going to have the time to take advantage of the speed like I'd been scheming to do. And it'll probably be better for doing the damage I need to do the thing I'm trying to do. As I dance around the concept yet again. Oh, of course you jammed the fucking door, you bastard. This is going to be a somewhat tedious segment of what we're doing here, because this run back is, as with many run backs, just mildly annoying. Because it relies on that doorway, as far as I'm aware. There may be another way to get... Well, actually, we do know there's another way to get back there, but it's longer, I think. Because we came in from the other end before. But in theory, this should be the faster way in. Oh, Big Man was still on my tail this time. Oh, this has gone all wrong again. I love how this worked once, and ever since, they've been just, like, timed perfectly to fuck this plan up completely. I love that for me. Because in theory, it should just be a nice, free and clear run in there. But they keep hesitating in the door now, which ruins the whole plan. I need them not to hesitate. I need them to just walk through the door. There keeps just being that little hiccup in the hammer guy and then the spear guy both hesitating in the door. Let me see what this is right quick. Why do I have... Uh-huh. Yeah, I'll deal with that later. I don't know what that is. I had an incredibly rare situation of actually getting a chat request on Blue Sky, so my curiosity was immediately piqued. But the message itself is not anything that I can glean anything from, so we'll deal with that later. And it may very well end up being just useless. I need to remember that I can stagger them with my rolls, because I'm pretty sure that's a big part of what worked the first time, is I just bullied things out of my way. We did end up burning an Estus on the way in this time, though, which is not ideal. Based on the fact that the magic didn't do much, I'm just gonna not have the staff in hand, so I'm not tempted to do bad ideas there. Firebombs might work. I would have to assume a tree would be weak to fire. Now, are you going to activate immediately? Doesn't seem like it. I'm going to try to at least clear a couple of these guys ahead of time. That guy in particular... Oh, I guess he might be the trigger. Or maybe the position I got to when I went for him is the trigger, perhaps. See, the problem is now, with so many of them alive, it's a lot riskier to dive in for him. Okay, managed to avoid it that time. It's a hell of a thing that basically your second boss is just a fucking tree. Their target is the pile of stuff on its main front there. You gotta stab him in the balls. Okay, now that he's done making a mess everywhere. There we go. Pop the balls. Now I believe there's a different spot to hit him. Oh, nope, the floor's going. Wait. Ordinarily, a fall like that would kill us. Thankfully, because of the way this works, it doesn't. That's a required part of the fight. Now I think my magic might be worth it, because those are angled better. No, or not. Guess not. Oh, then again, I'm targeting the front of him, and the ones I'm hitting are on the back. That might be the problem. Back. Now when he rolls forward, I get a good opening. There we go, another big pop. As you notice, each time you break one of those sets of pustules is when he takes real damage. That's kind of the whole bit here. How did that not count? That definitely hit the pustules. There we go, that one popped. Where's the next one? I see one on his leg, but I don't think I can target that. Ow. I may have to just go for the bow and start doing the remaining bits that way. Because I don't see another vulnerable spot. But I have to assume this could be done with only melee attacks. Just because of how these are usually designed. Oh. He got up and then he fell down. Unless maybe that's when you're supposed to attack him, is when he falls down like that? Maybe there's a thing at the top? You know, guys, it's really hard to think with everybody scream chanting in my ears. Gotta say. You're doing great, but it's getting a little loud. There's an item to snag over there. I guess while he's figuring his life out and will hopefully fall over, I'm just gonna steal these. Tumbling, 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 tumbling. Just keep tumbling till I figure out what I'm doing. Like, is the main mid a little bit damageable again? I don't see where I'm supposed to hurt him. Maybe it's the arm. Yeah, because that's not damageable. Ow! Because I remember that the pustules were the target, but I'm failing to figure out what the target at this point is. Because if it's the bits on the legs, that's problematic for anybody that's not using a big weapon. Or using magic, etc. And I can't target anything else other than his center, so... Magic figured out for me. Now I hit the leg and nothing happened. He'd be dead by now if I knew where I could hit him. Every time he turns a little slower than I want him to test to see if I can hit the arm. Yep, it's the arm. Okay. You know what would be better design than what you got here, game? Is if the arm was targetable. Because, like, it was pretty clear that the arm was going to be a likely candidate because of the fact that it was new, and it's not part of the tree, which you clearly can't damage. But getting an angle at it is a pain in the ass. Yep. Because that's likely to happen. And I couldn't even see whether I was standing to try to do anything. Very good. We were so close to having that done, and game design happened. Alright. At least I know where to hit him now. We should be able to make it happen this time. I do really question, though, a little bit of the thought process on that fight I designed there. There we go. That's more what I wanted, except he's stuck in the fucking door again! Thanks, game. Thanks for having him once again just kind of shake in place instead of falling backwards like he's supposed to. Because ordinarily, when I slam into them like that, they take a full step back. He just got stuck in the doorway again. Really impedes me doing this anytime quick when they just get jammed up like that. And you might be saying, oh, well, why don't you just kill the guys on the way up there? What is the point to that? All that does is risk me wasting Estus on the way in here. Because the second I even take one swing like that, I've opened myself up to the fucking pile. And our archer friend isn't exactly doing a remarkable job this go-around, either. So this attempt's probably a wash from the word go, because of the fact that we're already down half my Estus before we've even started it. But I'm just already tired of dealing with the clown show down there. I would like to just be over here already. If I pop my head over this way... Okay, yeah, no, that is a much faster run back. I misremembered the pathing there, that's on me. This is why I want and checked, because I can just hop off the building there from that other waypoint, hop down, run across, just ignore the evangelical idiot over there and be done. Now, I'd rush the tree, but the weak point's facing the wall right now, so I don't have an angle at it to try to, like, zoom in and kill it that way. So the better call is still killing some of its friends. There we go. I was like, is it genuinely the red guy that activates it? Because he just wasn't giving a shit for a bit there. I was hoping to rush it. There we go. Yeah, because my magic does work for popping it, just it's a gamble whether it'll actually hit it like I want to. Who ends up being the problem? Landing behind it is what I wanted, because I wanted to be able to immediately get at the back point. I was hoping to get more time at it than that, though. Hi. There we go, ruptured the back. This thing's not bad, it's just the arm is kind of a nightmare, because, like I said, you can't lock onto it at all. So magic's kind of hard to use against it. Because I don't have magic that hits a larger area. You have to kind of just, like, fight the lock on a little bit. Was really hoping for a pop there to stagger it, and that didn't work. Because the thing is, and I'm betting there is a queue there somewhere. I don't have a read on when those are gonna pop. Like, I feel like it is quarters of the health. That is what it does when they pop. Problem is, I can't tell how much damage each section takes to actively pop. I hope that makes sense. I genuinely cannot guarantee if that sentence makes sense, but that's the thing. Let me actually go to the bonfire, that'll make more sense. Is if I go up over the roof back there, I can just go off of there across and I'm there. Assuming I go the right way. This way. Right over here and down is right where a whole other path spits out. And right up there is our target, right there. Just gotta be careful of the dogs. Yeah, much more free and clear. I just had my wires crossed as to exactly how the lay of the land there looked. Else I would have switched to this path a long time ago. Of course, getting lucky on the first run through probably helped my cause in terms of confusing myself. Which I know, that may very well sound like the opposite of helping. And that's because it is the opposite of helping. But it helped in that it helped the confusion. There we go. With Hammerman gone, though, we should be able to get at this part better. Oh, you just happened to get in the way this time instead. Great. There we go. Got the pop immediately, though, so that's good. You run around behind him for when we get dropped. Wait. I rolled, but I couldn't get out enough because of being greedy there. There we go, back pop up already. Like, I decided to make a trade-off there. I traded getting through those parts faster for some of my Estus, and I'm hoping that that trade will pay off. We'll see. There's a bit of fluke to that at hitbox, huh? Because I definitely feel like... Oh, the arms do count. Okay, the arm and leg ones do count. I don't have to go for the arm. That makes a big difference, actually. That means I can hit that leg spot and do a lot. That also means those other bubbles on the back there may actually count too, then. Yes, yes, throw your tantrum. Rawr, 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 rawr. Relatable, but also, oh, kindly stop. That was such a weird spin on that. Anything on that leg? No. There goes some bots. God, you bent just right where that ended up hitting the stupidest spot. Thanks. I love that for me. Like, the fact that your lock-on is stuck center mass really blows. Yep, going up again. Coming down. Is there anything to attack around here? Like, that up there by the shoulder looks like a target, but good luck fucking getting to it. I want that one on the leg, but it keeps ending up in, like, the worst positions. Because the leg one, I think, would be an easy one to hit. Assuming I can get in position for it. Too early, and I'm dead. Of course, this is also another case of an arena with a bunch of junk in it for you to get stuck onto, which I get it. They want it to seem like it wasn't meant to be an arena. You just fall in there, but like, If I could just not get stuck on random garbage, that'd be great. That'd be the most pleasing thing to me, is not getting stuck on random junk in the arena. When you have a fight that takes up a good, like, third of the arena. We were doing really well there for the most part. There were some mistakes. There were some obvious mistakes, but it got off to a very good opening, mostly. Literally, if this was anything that you could hit conventionally, this fight would have been over already. Like, we would have probably first tried this if I could just hit it normally and have it die. Just kill as many of you as I can quickly. Okay. I shouldn't have any interference this time, but I had to cover more. Or, okay, you just happened to be right there, even though you weren't in a position like that a second ago. I'm dead already. Great, great, love that for me. I love when they just decide to go apeshit instead of doing their usual cautious approach. Give me one of those fucking days, isn't it? Where something that should be simple ends up being a pain in my ass. Is this genuinely shouldn't be even half the problem that it is right now, and yet things keep conspiring to make it annoying. Either I just, like, don't hit the target, or somebody else happens to still be alive, even though I don't know where he was standing. Like, I had to have missed him. I have to assume that that's the case. But I haven't the slightest idea where he was, then. Because they drop in, but there's no way somebody could have dropped in and run up that fast. Like, I have to assume it was either this guy or this guy. No, this guy has a spear, so it wasn't him. Of course, now I'm getting annoyed, so now I'm making stupid mistakes. How did that not pop this time? I feel like that should have been enough to get through him. Oh, great. You're gonna make this take extra time because, God forbid. Which, I get it. It's to his advantage for the fight to take longer. Because the longer the fight takes, the more likely I am to make a mistake that's gonna get me bodied. Bye, everybody. I just want out of that first phase as fast as possible so that I can avoid getting any of the ads killing me. Getting, like, none of the opening this time. Arguably, it'd be wiser for me to probably go for the front first. But I don't get the easy angle at the front right off the rip like I do getting an angle at the back. I probably could even land a plunging attack off of that drop-in, now that I think about it. Only my magic wasn't just, like, locked to a very on-rails, straightforward shot. That would make so much of a difference for magic being more effective for me, too. Yep, you're gonna tilt the second I cast it, haha! There we go, that's another pop. Now we kind of play the hurry up and wait game until it actually gives me an angle to attack something else. Is this a target? It is. Okay, hang on. I've got an opening then. Because this is also outside the goo pile. There we go. Some of them are a little harder to spot as they blend, but that one I managed to spot that one. So this ankle one's probably my next best bet, other than shooting at the arm. Just treat it like an acrid, except the weak points aren't glowing. And I also can't hit them all the time. This might be the point where the bow comes out. This could be the one. That's not enough to kill him, huh? Well, that's a fucking shame right there, isn't it? Hit him, please. Why aren't you dead yet? Okay, you are dead. Yeah, that's not as bad as the worst choices, but that fight definitely has some unnecessary jank to it, I would say. Because there was also a couple times where attacks would hit it as if I hit the wood, even though it was basically hitting the pustule as well. Not really a fan there, but we got it done. Now, that did two very important things for us. As you may have noticed the transposing kiln we got. But there's another thing that this accomplished for us. That was very important to the order of operations I did today. Is if we go back over here, you'll note that Greyrot has returned. He's done his job.
Heavens, she was already dead.
Oh wait,
Heavens.
I didn't send him out, did I? Son of a bitch, I've screwed it up. Screwed it up. Oh well. I meant to send him out and then I forgot I hadn't gotten him to actually go yet. So that's gonna delay that whole plan. Since I bungled it, I'll just tell you. The plan was I was gonna send him out because he goes out thieving for you, and then the next boss you kill triggers him returning. So killing the tree was gonna be my plan for getting that to be quick. So we'd get his loot from that. But I screwed it up because I was impatient. Now, the transposing kiln, it's used over here. I guess I gotta go up there to talk to him. Because remember the one that wasn't on the list of us to go fetch as far as the Lords of Cinder go? Here's your throne. There you are. Now, I can talk to you from up there. Well, I'll talk to you here.
Unkindled, and a seeker of lords.
So I didn't address this guy before.
I am Ludleth of Corland. Look not in bewilderment as I say. I linked the fire long ago, becoming the Lord of Cinder. If substantiation be thy want, set thine eyes upon my charred corpse. This sad cadaver. No need to be coy. Have a closer look.
As you give Ludleth the transposing kiln.
Oh, belike it is a transposing kiln in thy possession. Seen better days, but methinks it shall suffice. Now, bring to me a twisted soul. Transposition is the art of extracting and coalescing the essence of a soul. In transposing a twisted soul, its true power transferreth to thee. Thy purpose is to seek lords and slay them. What's to fear in a little transposition now?
This is how you get your boss weapons, essentially. Ooh. Boreal Vort gets us Pontiff's Left Eye, which gives us health on successive attacks. That does sound like something I want. You'll notice some of these don't require any payment to get as well. Like the Demon's Fist needs the soul of a demon, same with the Demon's Great Axe. It costs us no souls, same with Vort's Great Hammer and the Pontiff's Left Eye. The Hollow Slayer Greatsword and the Arstor Spear, though, do both cost us. We, of course, have nothing other than these things. No spells, no fancy things yet. I'm thinking grabbing the Pontiff's Left Eye because I do have a tendency to rush attacks in. And I'm not going to use Vort's Great Hammer. So, that's the choice there. We are leaning dexterity, so of the two options, the more likely option for me to take would be the spear. So we'll take that. I can't use it right now, but I may make use of it in the future. The future being actually relatively close, because statistics-wise, I only need to get 2 levels to get to it. And I think we have enough for both levels right now.
Knowest thou of our purpose? 5 thrones will take 5 lords as kindling for the linking of the fire. The fast-fading flame must be licked to preserve this world. A reenactment of the first linking of the fire. So it is, I became a lord of Cinder. I may be but small, but I will die a colossus.
It's interesting to think about, because they say they're reenacting the first linking of the flame, and there were many souls involved in the linking of the first flame.
Now, do not be away over long.
But it really only took us and the souls we collected to link the fire as far as it was demonstrated in the previous 2 games. So it makes one wonder, has the cost increased as time has gone on? As it has more and more that it needs to stabilize itself? Or is there more cost that we just didn't know about before? Hard to say, isn't it? Really go either way with that one. Yeah, we'll go ahead and put the Pontiff's Left Eye on. Not only is it lighter than the Blue Tear Stone Ring, but I feel like that health will actually come in handy someday. And we'll have a look at the spear visually, even though I can't immediately use it. It's a very short spear. Like, it's mostly blade. I might use it. I know I said I was leaning daggers for this one, but I didn't use spears much either, so we may go for a bit of both.
Very well, then Tuthaken.
Okay, now I do need more to get each level. I'll get that 11th point of strength out of the way, because that's the one that I'm less likely to grab
Farewell, may the...
otherwise. We don't really have... Actually, large deserted corpse might be worth a decent amount. Didn't I start with rusted coins? Oh wait, no. I took the fire gem, didn't I?
Ah, how may...
And yeah, that's only 400. We do have the sharp stone we could make use of as well. Yeah, that takes more strength than I'll use, so go ahead and get rid of that. Get rid of the extra hood we picked up. Yeah, we really don't have enough to make that happen, short of, like, pawning off an Ember again. And I would prefer not to sell too many of those, even though I'm not likely to make heavy use of them. They may come in handy now and then anyway, for the little bit of extra health.
Ashen One. Oh.
Let's have a look at what Sharp does for us.
Ah, tis good, wasn't it?
Presuming we can immediately go for that. We cannot. We need to get him something, I presume, to gain more infusions, or someone else does the other infusions for us. I do not remember, but we will figure it out when it comes time for that, then. Considering what I recall of the area we're going into, I keep going back and forth as to whether I should even do anything with this Mailbreaker. And I think for the moment we're not. Let me leave the area and come back and see if I can get Greyrat to get his shit together. So I may have screwed up, because I know some of the quests in this game require very specific timing to not fail. And I'm now worried that I've screwed up the timing for his. Which would be annoying, but not a major issue overall. So I believe everything we can get from him we can get elsewhere as well. But I would prefer to have the option. Okay, yeah, he woke up.
Ah, there you are. I was thinking. You know I'm a petty thief. Well, perhaps I'll go on the prowl. Everyone's dead or hollowed away anyway, right? So I might as well fetch some weapons or treasure for you. Well, what do you say?
Yeah, I don't need the things you're selling at the moment. I bought the main things that I wanted.
Thank you. You will not be disappointed. Greyrat the Thief was once a well-known name. Until I ended up rotting in a cell.
Now, the next fight we complete, he will reappear here. Since I already talked about that bit before, I was just gonna finish the thought. You know, I do have the money on hand. Before you disappear, I'm gonna grab some of these fire arrows off of you, because they'll be useful in the future, probably. Good luck, buddy.
Goodbye. I will leave for some time. So long for now. Do stay safe, you hear? Or my efforts will have been for naught.
Same goes for you, bud. Don't you go getting yourself killed now. But it's time we go make progress. It's off to the road of sacrifices. So we can pick up some goodies that I know of that will be fitting our current plans. It's also the main route of progression at the moment, I do believe. Because yes, we can go deal with the aforementioned dancer, but that would be ill-advised in my current state of affairs, I would say. All that flailing just to die. Yeah, get used to that bird mutation thing happening. Be a lot of that around here, or I suspect. You know what? I deserved that for being cocky. I thought I was just gonna swing and splatter him. That's stone. That undoes weapon infusions. That's what I thought it did. That's very helpful. Is if you infuse a weapon and then find a better infusion stone later, you can kind of roll back a bit. The importance of that being, I believe you keep all of the enhancements. Otherwise, you know, you may as well just make another of the same weapon. You're just gonna transform right off the rip. I'm just gonna blast you then. Blade they have is neat looking. I wouldn't mind having that. There's two of them. I doubt I'll be able to pull this off. But make it very easy. If I could just shank one of them. Did give the other one plenty of time to transform, though, which is not ideal. Something's happening over to the side, too, which is probably bad. Be handy to have a vertical swinging weapon right about now. Yeah, that's what I thought. I think that transformed a bunch of the other ones in the area. Or it called them. That's also a problem. He thinks it did both, neither of which are good. Oh, you're another long weapon one. So yeah, get used to this area being loud. Hopefully it's not too loud. They're a noisy bunch, that's for sure. Oh, I'm in the poison. No, 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 no. Oh, you do poison and fire. Okay. Good for you. Stop that. Good jump. Thankfully, I think the ones that would have been called by that are dead. Because they got called the first time. Actually, down there? Doesn't look like it. You'll notice there's a trend of transformation in this one so far. Because you got the guys that have those weird, like, goo dog things come out of them in the first area. Including the tutorial boss. And then you have these people that turn into birds. Zeri, thank you for the raid. What were you up to today? Hopefully y'all were having a grand time. We were just pondering the amount of things in this game that transform. It's kind of weird. I'm just shooting a bird, man. Oh no, not more gremlins. Whatever will we do? Yeah, of course, if you need to raid and run, Zeri, please make sure to do so. Taking care of yourself should be your first priority. Do tell, what were you up to? You seem excited this morning. Or this afternoon, really. Ah, of course. Your favorite thing. Oh, how some of these headshots haven't counted. Probably the arrow arcing just a little lower than I think. I'm trying not to overshoot. Ah, that's understandable. And you absolutely should go get some rest soon. Oh, there he goes again. It does happen sometimes, yeah. Well. That guy just jumped off, trying to get to me. I think the other one is making his way around eventually, though. Okay, there we go. Screamer down. As long as you had a good time, that's the important part. Oh yeah, they're scrambling around. They're all kinds of agitated. I would rather deal with this place than continue to deal with the boss I just finished dealing with, the stupid tree with its jank hitboxes. There are things here that I definitely want, though. Yeah. It really is just a death hole there, that's for sure. I think I have to hop off that ledge back there that I looked at. I don't really see any other way forward. 'Cause that's way too far off for us to get to, too. Then again, no, we came from there, so maybe this goes somewhere. He says lying to himself because we were just up here a second ago, realizing this didn't go anywhere. You know what would make getting around here easier? If I could also sprout wings. Oh well. That's not the way. That is also not the way. Where was that path I just saw a second ago? Oh yeah, around this bend. That one over here is still scrambling. Doesn't seem like it. I hear one. I think he's underneath me. There's a few weird ones. Oh, he fell off. So yeah, I think he was like right here and took a swing and fell off. So good thing I waited. That's the advantage to letting those guys actually get their yells off, is it sets all of them off so they're not just waiting for you in hidden places all over the place. You got a lot of health, huh? Oh. Goodbye. One of the few times I actually got the kick to go when I wanted to. And we got an Estus back, too. Yeah, no. No, I'm not stupid. There we go. There's something I wanted. Friggin' twin knives. Yeah, I feel like that there's another few cases of them experimenting with boss design in this one that didn't land. We'll address those further when we get to them. But I would consider the cursed tree we just did, with its only being damageable in specific spots, to be one of those very examples of things that are experimental. Oh, nice. Hopefully that'll end up working out. Nice, nice. But yeah, absolutely go get some rest so you're ready for that. No, I fully understand. We are both of the same mind of we take what we can get and what we can work with. But yeah, the neat thing about these twin knives is, instead of two-handing them, you just pull out a second knife. I'm gonna play around with this for a bit. Overall, well, I do think these are going to be underperforming a little bit, but they'll be fun. That's the important part. You're completely fine there, Zeri. Thank you again for bringing your community over. Hopefully, You will have a good night. We will be having ads coming up here shortly, so I will be taking a pause again. So those who are freshly in probably should go grab a drink, go do whatever you need to do as well when we get to that. Hell yeah. There we go. Bait him off the edge. Bully him off the edge. There we go. Use the cliffs to my advantage. Ember? There's the guy we shot. Main thing we're looking for otherwise is another staff, hopefully. The ads have come up now, though, so I'm going to fall back a bit. Especially since we're embered, I would rather be in a safer position. Where it'll be easier to get my stuff back if somebody decides to be a prick and invade me. Yep, you take care, Zeri. I'm gonna hide under here. Where the bandits came from. So I am going to get up for the ads for just a moment here. Okay, I have returned. Like I said, I wasn't going to be gone long. Mostly just wanted to stretch my legs during each ad break to make sure that I am safer and all of that. Also helps keep the energy level alive a little bit. We're obviously not going to go anywhere significant while the remaining ads are going. I just wanted to make sure that there wasn't any other, like, side paths or anything I missed while we were not making immediate forward progress. I don't know where that one that's making noise is. Let's see. Have the big gate over here. Wasn't this a dead end? No, this isn't a dead end. That is, in fact, where a bonfire is. So we'll head that way in a moment, then. It looked like there was also some friends down there. That's an extra good thing I turned away from where I was looking, because the ads came up then. Admittedly, I don't know how advantageous that bonfire is going to be for where I was looking a moment ago. So I think now we will actually continue on the path over here first. And then go back for that bonfire, I think. Once the ads finish. Which will just be a few more seconds. So I'll slowly walk. That should end up lining itself up nicely. Yeah, for everybody coming in later along, there's no special build, no real plan, we're just kind of doing things. Oh yeah, we did look over here already. This was a dead end. That was the real reason I turned around. Never mind. Short-term memory hit again. Yeah, this is technically going to be a first playthrough, but it's not fully a first-time playthrough. It's gonna just be a first-time finish. So welcome back from the ads, everybody. You didn't miss anything. I wandered around a little bit, just double-checking, make sure there wasn't any other paths I didn't take already. Let's go make friends.
Oh, hello. How do you do? I am Anri of Astora, unkindled like you.
Pretty well clipped, it seems.
This is Horace, a friend and travelling companion. Are you too in search of the Lords of Cinder?
Yeah.
We are well along the road of sacrifices. Below us is the Crucifixion Woods. Beyond the flooded woods lies Farron Keep, home of the Undead Legion. Further yet is the Cathedral of the Deep. We seek the cathedral, home of the grim Aldrich. We may go our separate ways now, but we are both seekers of lords. The next time we cross paths, one may find the other in a time of need. May the flames guide your way.
Look at you actually being one of the polite ones we run into along the way.
Oh yes, Horace. He's not very talkative. But don't think ill of him. He's an upstanding, kind-hearted knight, a fine partner for this grueling journey. Without his help, I would have cursed this onerous duty long ago.
And up and notice that he doesn't have an obvious weapon on him. I think he's got punching daggers or something on his gauntlets.
We are well along the road of beyond
Okay,
Omega. The
you're
next
repeating
planet.
yourself. Oh, thanks. Very friendly of you. No, those are just, like, extra bits of metal there, I think. Might still be good for punching, though. Importantly, though, bonfire. They're still here. Huh. I was half expecting, after talking to them, that they were going to disappear, as people are wont to do in this world. They just vanish off to the next place we run into them. Not so much this time. Horace did give us something. We now have the Covenant item to pledge ourselves to the Blue Sentinels if we so desire. Which we're not going to, but we could. Blue Sentinels, I believe, were one of the ones typically for aiding other players. Is that just a piece of tree you're trying to stab me with? It's just a really sharp, spindly piece of tree, yeah. That clever plan didn't quite work out. I once again forgot that our special is non-attacking move. Not directly, anyway. Oh, it's the mushrooms again. Great. That's what everybody loves to see, right? Big evil mushrooms. You guys were not there a second ago. And there's more of you, too. But you lot seem very committed to what you're doing, so how about if I just sneak past you? Deal with this dog first. Thanks, buffered inputs. Very cool. stop that. You know, not really sure that was worth the pain I just went through. I do think this is our cue to stop toying with the daggers for now and go back to a weapon that is more consistent. At least until we can potentially get some work done on those daggers. If those are something I want to keep using. Which, that's all still up in the air. Oh good, I got an Estus charge back just in time to use it. Always convenient when that happens. Guess this is why this is called the Crucifixion Woods, is they're all getting new posts ready. Isn't that rather grim? This could have just been the weird mushroom bug forest, but I guess that's not really that impressive a name, eh? And I'm poisoned. Do I have anything to cure poison with on hand? Answer may surprise you in that it's no. No, I do not. The poison tick seems to be very slow, so I guess I'll just accept that into my life and kill these things while I'm poisoned so they can't also poison me. Titanite shard. Nothing particularly remarkable. A lot of you little fuckers, aren't there? Oh boy. When I said there's a lot of you, this is not what I had in mind. Good lord. Another Titanite shard. Thankfully, once you're already, like, taking the poison damage and everything, they can't continuously add new poison. Somehow. One of those odd situations of we can put game mechanics to use in our favor. Give me whatever this is. Useless. Oh, it's a trap. And that's why switching to the sword was a good idea, because since it's fire, those dogs will immediately roll over when they get set on fire, rendering them significantly less of a problem. Makes your life rather convenient when your enemies have to stop and put out the flames you set on them. Purple sign. Deal with that in a second. I don't actually know what a purple sign means. I don't remember. What's this? Right, that's the voluntary invasions. Right. Oh, that looks important. Or at least it looks interesting. Does seem like there may be a problem waiting for you right behind it, though. We shall find out. That's important. More flask charges, definitely important. You alive? Sure are. You're not friendly either. Whoa, okay, that's not the movement I expected you to have. Ooh, no. Okay, apparently yes. stop that. Relatable. Thank you for the ember. Wait, where did this other one come from? Did I just... Were you blending in with the fire the whole time? Like, are they not aggressive until they're hit? Somehow I feel like that's not the case, but I could see that being true. I can do this dance all day, buddy. Okay. Good thing he didn't know that I actually could not, in fact, do that all day. This feels like a trap. This really feels like a trap that I'm walking into. Like something's just gonna drop down off the wall behind me or something. No? Okay. Crab. Those crabs are gonna screw my whole day up. Ooh, a hole in the wall. Oh, great. Like this. Just when you think you're going to somewhere that might be safe, it is, of course, as usual, not. Oh, wow, you're a tanky boy. Oh, and you have magic of your own. See, he looked like somebody I could just shoot once and he'd die, and, that was incorrect. He's got a neat staff, though. Keeps shifting back farther and farther, though, where I'm not gonna be able to get an angle at him. I'd be less cheeky about this, but I'm almost dead. Whew! I only barely dodged that. And there it is. I knew as soon as he dropped down I was in trouble. I shouldn't have went for it, but I went for it anyway. One of those things where the second you let go of the string of your bow, you knew you made a mistake. Right side, I can get back to there pretty easily. Let's just not deal with the mushrooms this time. Oh, that was... Why were you already charging? I call horseshit on that one a bit. The fact that he was pre-charging before I even crossed the threshold there. Well, there goes those 6,000 souls because they just decided to screw me as soon as I landed. I should have took my time, I know, but like, there's no reasonable way he should have been just pre-charging where I was going to land. Like, would it make sense for him to have been charging as I got there? Sure, but he was already far enough along that he was charging way early. I disagree. Well, now I don't have to go that way again specifically, I guess. Let's go off in search of greener pastures, I suppose. We didn't go this way yet. Oh, there's more of those horror beasts here. That's lovely. And no, as it turns out, they do just aggro. Oh, and they're quick. He's still right behind me. Oop. Later. Twin blades, nifty. And I'm sure you all saw what I saw. But we'll address that in a second. This coal is a really good thing to have gotten, I think. Because that looks like one of them good old Black Knights right there. And, being on this side of him, not what I want. But we got another paired weapon. We now have the paired scimitars, as the sellsword twin blades. So that's fun. Hey, fare poorly against metal armor. Gee, that seems less than helpful about what's right in front of us here. But you know what the good thing is? I have nothing to lose right now. Let's see if I can sneak up. Nope. I hesitated just to... Wow! Okay, I'm just dead. Okay. I should have shot him with magic. To open that. I really thought I was gonna get in range. But I think the range when you're on a slope like that's also a little fluky. But since we have that coal, how about we see about bringing that to our blacksmith friend, shall we? For anybody wondering, no, I didn't know that coal was there. Not at all. I didn't know any of that was there. You're new. Well, thank you for the raid. What were you up to today? Hopefully y'all are having a good time. We just got obliterated by a Black Knight, but you know, we're taking advantage of what we can and right now. But do tell, what were y'all up to? Hopefully all of you are doing well. This is technically a first playthrough of Dark Souls 3 here, so don't be surprised if a lot goes wrong. And of course, if any of y'all need to raid and run, please make sure to do so. Taking care of yourselves should always be your first priority. But it's always good to have y'all. We'll address you in a moment. I'm gonna drop this coal off first.
Well, 'tis good to what need.
Here you go.
Oh, my. This coal is from the Undead Legion, used to forge the weapons of Farron's Abyss Watchers. A fine prize. I'm honored to be endued with it.
So far, so
now
good.
I'll be equipped to infuse special gems. Praise the gods, eh? Time to put this brawn to use.
Okay, now we get the other gems. That was the thing. I knew something coming up was going to give me sharp, I just couldn't remember what it was. We also have access to heavy and poison. Go show that bug who's boss. You got the Isabel, I believe in you. Much appreciated, and thank you again for bringing your community on in. I do appreciate it. Sharp would be a nice upgrade, though I don't know what I'll put it on, because we do only have the one sharp gem at the moment. Hell yeah. It is an improvement for dexterity scaling. We are primarily going for dexterity and magic at the moment, so anything that makes our dexterity scaling better is on the right track for us. Poison is a thought, but I don't really see poison being that useful to me. Yeah, take this for example though, we go from C to B with this and it doubles the amount we're gaining in exchange for 5 points of damage off. So that is tempting. I did say I was going to try to lean knives here instead of going for curved swords though, so we'll see what I end up doing with that. We do also have an Estus shard, so we get another charge. Yeah, 5 and 2 I think I'm happy with. Because while I am using magic, I am using more of my health than my magic a lot of the time. Because there's only so much you can work with keeping your distance from some things in these games. Okay, now I will find out what your deal is.
You're an unkindled, aren't you?
Aren't you the astute one?
I am Cirrus, of the Sunless Realms, former servant of the divinity. Duties we each bear, but one's duty is a solitary affair. I doubt we've much to gain from fraternization. Blessing of the moon upon your journey.
Well, aren't you a friendly one?
I doubt we've much to gain from blessing of...
Alright. That went far. Things to be figured out in the future. I don't think there's anything else for us to do back here at this exact second, especially since I'm broke. This Grey Rat won't come back until we've done another fight. Oh, hello. You weren't there before.
Ah, there you are.
Oh, right,
unkindled
the
one.
swamp guy.
I wish to express my gratitude for trusting a lowly pyromancer and allowing me to gaze upon this majestic flame. As promised, I will impart pyromancies to you. But first, you'll need a flame of your own.
Oh, he does give you a flame. Okay.
Careful you don't burn yourself with it.
That's how you learn, isn't it? He'll also reinforce it. He does sell pyromancer armor as well, which we have no real use for. Got Fireball, Fire Surge, Great Combustion, Flash Sweat, all your usual starting pyromancies.
Do not be gone for long. What is a teacher without a pupil?
Yeah, there's that. As you can see, our little fort here is filling out nicely as we go. I do have some consumable souls that I might be able to leverage into doing something. Do I want to do any of that right now, though? Oh yeah, and I can equip Farron Dart because I do have that third slot. Not like I have any other sorceries to put in there right now anyway. Pardon the creaking of the chair. Sellsword armor is, of course, way too heavy for anything I'll be making use of anytime soon, if at all. The gloves aren't too bad, but they're also not really more useful to me than the mirror gloves. Trousers are slightly heavier, slightly better for some things, slightly worse for others. Eh. Yeah, that's about where we're at. That's what I figured.
Ah,
I could try selling things. Because I think I am one dexterity short of trying to make use of that spear that we made. So there is that as well. Don't have any duplicates laying around though, do I? No, not really. I do have a lot of embers. I could give up some of those to afford what I plan. But honestly, there's no real rush. Gets back to the field with us. Since we're going back and forth in here already, though. Thank you for the resub, Charlotte. Hopefully you're doing well. But we're getting a little bit bodied around here today, but you know, it be that way. Happy anniversary to you too. I was debating a change of weapon. What would I actually commit to? Well, let's try these sellsword blades. Yeah, that's what I figured. It is just the typical curved sword moveset with extras. We don't have any such things, nor am I strong enough for such things. I am still leaning the daggers. Well, that was a first. Never seen him one-shot me before. That's inconvenient. You could say that about most places in this game, honestly. I don't have a positive reaction to half this area coming up. But, you know. We'll get through. Thanks, Lock-On. Very cool. Anyway. Now, having wasted a bunch of magic just to deal with regular plebs. What item over there is. Hello, goodbye. Good luck catching me. There's a big crab there. Oh, the grass crest shield. Hello, Mr. Krabs. Goodbye, Mr. Krabs. Stealing your stuff. Bye. He's right behind me. Ow! Case in point, he is in fact right behind me. Anything can work. Some things just work way, way better than others. And I can definitely tell you that I'm not making the best choices. In the slightest. Fallen Knight Armor's a little too heavy for my purposes. Which is a pity. I do like the look of that. Our next likely armor choice, though, is probably still going to be that Mirror Vest, once I get a little bit more carrying capacity. Flimsy wizard man, not so good at lifting things. This is going to be an issue, though. This situation right here, whole issue. Plunk. Oh, he buffed up. That could be an issue. Thanks, Lock-On. Clearly, I didn't want to stay locked onto him. Why would I want that? Okay, you brought that around town a little faster than I thought you were gonna. Oh, you just decided to aggro, huh? Well, I'm out of here. Fuck this. Bye! 2-on-1 ain't my jam. Goodbye! Like, I purposely tried to aggro only one of them. For the express reason of not wanting to deal with both of them. Later, stupid. Just not dealing with it right now. Joke's on you, though. You left your gate wide open. Nee, 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 nee. Yeah, you know what? I do want to go home. In fact, game, you are correct. That door doesn't open. That's about to be a shame. Bye. Bye. Nee, 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 nee. I have a feeling coming down here is not going to have been my greatest idea either. But it's got a bonfire. Remember when I said I usually give everything like one proper try to fight them? Those guys, not on that list. Especially not with that situation. No, thank you. Admittedly, I don't really want to be here in Farron Keep yet. I kind of jumped the gun a little bit on that one. And by running past those guys. We're gonna go back to the other bonfire and finish clearing out what we were looking at before. I do feel like I've given myself a bit of a harder path to take here with these knives. Due to the whole no reach, no staggering really at all. But they're fun. It's fun to go stabby stabby. course, you have situations like that where they somehow hit you without actually making their attack make contact while they're being hit. But that'll happen with any weapon. Short of, like, the really big stompy things that flatten somebody completely. Oh, hey, there's the guy that instantly killed me by charging before I landed down here and lost me 6,000 souls earlier. That fucking guy. You wanna go, huh? So how'd that work out for you? How'd this whole grand plan of jumping me work out? Anyway. See, I see him this time. I think he genuinely did just blend in as part of the pile when we came through here the first time. Like, I saw the one back there, but I didn't see this one somehow. It would really help if my spells were less stupid about the way they fly, too. I should not have charged this one right now, but it worked. Got him. That's the way of knives. You gotta dance with your enemy a bit more. We're not dealing with the other one. I have no reason to deal with the other one. It is not my problem. Let's go back through this wall to where I died before. Because that fellow up there with the big hat is where our first trip into here ended. No reason to let him wake up. I think he's using Farron Dart. Considering we're near Farron Keep, it would make nothing but sense. Waiting for him to toddle along a little bit more. Nope, he's attentive. Okay. It's almost like I know what the main weakness of a wizard is. As one who has suffered from that weakness plenty. Getting rushed means you lose. I don't have to slaughter the lot of them here, but I'm feeling spiteful. Exactly. You know, ignoring exceptions. Like, I could technically count myself an exception here, but, mixed results on that one. Case in point, right there, where I ran out of stamina thinking I was gonna finish that job in time. But we got one of the things I was hoping to get. So you notice the spell buff on this is higher. Or right now. The scaling is lower, so I'm betting that my regular sorcerer staff will end up better, but for the moment I think this will make our spells stronger. And just kind of neat looking. Oh, this is the bridge we were looking at. We're just higher up enough that I can see the item over there now. It's a trap! Sir, that was rude. I will now be rude to you in turn, because that's fair. Not so tough without your shield, are ya? bad feeling about this. Okay, I'm just hearing him. Yeah, because this totally isn't a trap. Nope, not in the slightest. Everything's gonna be fine. It's gonna be great. Yeah, right. Yep. Predictable. And still got it. Let's go. Got the crystal gem. Which that, I think, is a gem I particularly want, actually. I believe that's the good one for smart fighters. Oh boy. Glad they're slow on the uptake. Meanwhile, the wizard just doesn't even know what happened. He's just like, what happened? Whoa! You knock that off right now, young man. None of that. Oh, also, could you teach me that? That'd be really handy. No? Okay. I did kind of rip you to pieces already. Probably won't learn much that way. There's a ledge there. Is this an exit? Or is this a sidestep? Questions. I don't think there was any other paths in here, though, were there? Pretty sure this was just like a linear little fort here. Is the only other exit point being going out to where we were before? Never mind. This is why we double check. Also why we don't trust corridors. Anyway. Now we have the option of being sneaky in turn. Oh, there's two wizards. Hold that thought. Also, more spearmen. That was not well thought out on your part, bud. Anyway, go take a nap in the corner. I need to get that spearman. Because if I can get the spearman going, I can focus the mages down before they can do too much to me. Gotta fight smarter, not harder. So I am fighting at a bit of a disadvantage here. Oh, that's not even a spear he's got there. That's a sword. Yep, that's the disadvantage right there. Them getting to drill me with magic is a big disadvantage for me. You know what? Here, have a firebomb. You know what? Here, have another one. You know what? One more for color. There you go. Just so I don't burn what's left of my magic. Though, actually, I did have two Estus, huh? Well, too late. He's being stupid. You know, I don't know what kind of wizard school these guys went to, but clearly I'm not any smarter. I knew that hole was there, and yet I fell in it anyway because I in that exact moment rolled one bit too far. Ah, that's timing. That right there's timing. I poke fun at them for being stupid and I jump in a hole. Hey, there's a big fire over there I didn't notice till now. That might be slightly too late. We'll find out. Hey, an item. Yeah, I didn't figure I was living that one down anytime soon. You're never out of bratting, let's be real here. There's still a dog chasing me. Gotta go! Get a load of that guy. He was half in the ground. Got distracted again. Whoa! Dog flew over my head. This situation is very dangerous for me. Everything about this is bad for my health. Gotta go right now. Gotta go right now. Gotta really run away. Nope. Hi, bye. Oh, hey, my souls are conveniently right here. Oh, right, this is the room, that's why. You know what? That makes nothing but sense. Oh, he's still coming. Bye! I bring you problems. I've offended so many people just in this local area, just immediately. And I'm not punished for it. In fact, I benefit. Except for the fact that I don't have silent enough steps that I can get quite that close to somebody who's active. Also, the scary man is right there. You can just see his head poking through the wall. He's just hanging out. That's a problem right there. That's... That directly impedes my cunning scheme of making him turn around and leave. Can I just go? I'm just gonna go. You okay with that? I'm just gonna go. Even if he's not okay with that, that's what's gonna happen. Okay, it looks like most of their friends are dead. Except this guy who thinks he's clever. That was the shield guy that led to half the problems. You show that wall. Neener. You overextended. Ow. Really thought I was gonna have him dead before that spell went off. Turns out I also overextended. Okay, shield guy's down. Neener. Kind of forgot they also could heal. That's why that swordsman's an issue, is he healed back up. Otherwise, he should have died to that little tap I gave him. You guys are really forgetful, you know that? That's a problem. Oh, hey. Isn't that a silly idea you've got here? One down. Batman. Where'd I go? There we go. That's what you gotta do when you're using smaller, lighter weapons like this, is be sneaky. Get them caught on terrain, duck, dive, and dodge around them. Take advantage of their stupidity. And, you know, don't collide with the terrain left and right like I was doing earlier. Every time we go into these big open spaces, I get suddenly even more concerned. Hey, what do you know? A reason for me to be concerned. This right here is what's commonly referred to as a problem. Right, that hits around the pillar, huh? Okay. That's some homing you got on that attack, bud. Jeez. Okay. You know, ordinarily, I'm a believer in magic must defeat magic. But at the rate you're going, I don't think my magic would defeat your magic. So good old-fashioned stabbing is gonna have to do. Where are you popping up this time? There you are. Don't give him room to cast his nonsense. Yeah, those don't tend to go well for newer wizards like me. Thankfully, nobody ever said I had to fight fair. There he is. Yeah. As soon as he managed to get that spell off, it was over. I needed to have been just a frame faster or bail out. But I took the end from the middle, so it ended poorly. Now that I know he's on the other side of where those guys are, though, I can work with that a lot better. And considering the power of our knives right now, they're not the one for this. Let's break out the good old standard sword for a minute here. That landing went really badly, Jesus. The only way I could have landed that worse is if I promptly got eaten by the dogs I'm dodging right now. Like that. That's exactly what could have... Thank you for avenging me, Mr. Krabs. Yep, don't have to worry about getting those souls back anymore. That brings the tally up to 12,000 that I've thrown away now, I think. Something like that. All told throughout the playthrough. God fucking damn it, these ledges are being a pain in my ass right now. See, the thing I did there, the thing that I did wrong that I keep thinking will work, is the physics of this game are more of a suggestion than anything. So if you hit ledges on the way down, unless it's solid enough that you seriously land there, it just doesn't care. It'll treat it as if you fell the whole way anyway. There's no, like, slowing your fall or anything with the walls. But it's a bad habit that I still have from everything else ever made, pretty much. There's gotta be a bonfire closer to the sage, right? Because this run back kinda sucks. Then again, the Farron Keep bonfire might actually be closer if I knew the way around. Idiot. Ow. Rude. Oh, there's just another one of you just standing there, huh? Well, good for you. Bye. Anyway, round 2. As you can see, this sword does a lot more damage. A lot more rapidly. Probably should two-hand it. Because this is how I solved this fight back when I played this in the past as well, is just brute force this man down. As is tradition for dealing with sorcerers and wizards, crush them before they have a chance to cast their nonsense. Heard him. There he is. I think I'm too late. Yep. Oh, you're just appearing at my feet, huh? Oh, right, the clones. That's a thing you do. Oof. You can tell the real one, I believe, because the real one's the only one that does the purple magic. Everybody else does blue. Wait for those spells to go. Oh, right, that's a... yeah, that's a close range spell. Are you gonna do the clones again? There's the real one, though. He had enough time to cast the bad one, though. Oh, come on! He got the fucking spell off at point-blank range again! There was nothing I could do about it if it's literally casting on my head. Oh, here we go again. And I could try going from Farron Keep, but I'd have to go backwards from Farron Keep, and not to mention avoid the pair of heavies that are right outside Farron Keep on that side that we ran past to get in there to begin with. I feel like this is still the safer routing, even if it does mean losing a flask before I even get there. They're pretty much guaranteed. On the bright side, going past the mushrooms like that, I don't have nearly as much really nasty pursuit. Oh, when the going gets tough, the tough get going. Bye! On the bright side, at this point, I've pretty much got the routing down, because it's not complicated. It's just dangerous. I'm at third. Technically, I didn't use my Estus up, but we're pretty much gonna end up using it, like, immediately here. There you are. No. None of that. Oh, the ads are about to start. God damn it. Well, you're just gonna end up having to miss out on part of this attempt because timing is what it is and I can't pause. What the? Oh, you can snooze ads. I forgot that mods could snooze ads. There you go. That'll work. Thank you. Actually, no, you... Did I give you both moderator and editor, or did I only give you editor? I don't remember. Yeah, I was getting to that. I had originally thought to give you both. I just couldn't remember whether I gave you both or only one. Oh, that's still chasing me. That's got better homing than I thought. There he is. Nope, that's a fake. That's fair. Oh, that's a lot of purple. Oh, boy. The funny thing is, I would rather do fights like this all day than do a lot of those really fast, like, on top of you constantly, fast attacker enemies. Because at least this, I can think, I can actually, like, react. I can do things for this fight instead of just being immediately overwhelmed. And they gave you terrain to use to your advantage, so you actually have, like, tactical options instead of just dodge for your life and do better is your only move. Oh, I found the real one immediately. That was lucky. Because till they start casting, you really don't have a lot of tell as to which one's real and which one isn't. That's a fake. Yee. Okay, the real one's over there. We'll go through this one and then kill the real one. Ideally. Oh, no. Getting into a bad loop here. Oh, and you got that off again. One up here. Sneak attack. Eat it. You chose a real bad place to come back in on. Woo. Okay, didn't take too many tries. And that at least repays the souls I lost over here. And that is a boss, though, that will be useful to us, I do believe, with transposing. So let's go back and see about making use of that. Especially since the ads will be coming up here in a moment anyway. That is interesting, though, that that editors can snooze ads. Like, that's a very oddly specific thing to give editors the ability to do.
Aha, thou returned, and a fine day it is. So, happened upon any twisted souls?
And I'm sure it's a fine day for you. You've just been sitting here all day. I suppose, yeah. Yeah, Crystal Hail might be something we want. The Crystal Sage's Rapier is also a solid idea. It needs just a little more strength than we have. I am more inclined toward the spell than the weapon, though, because we have a lot of weapons. Even though this is a good int scaling weapon, we will have other int scaling weapon options. So yeah, I'm gonna take the Crystal Hail. It's something we've been needing is a new sorcery to use. Yeah, while this ad that's coming up runs, I'm just gonna be doing business here, so you're not gonna miss anything significant. I don't think we can do crystal infusion right now.
Just wasn't it?
It's reinforce, not infuse. Yeah, we can't do crystal yet. That is, you know, that's a way to look at it, yeah. If you don't want to see them, just leave them up and walk away. You, like I said, you won't be missing anything anyway.
Be careful, I don't want to...
So, in fact, I'm gonna go ahead and refill my water, especially right now. So, un momento. You are making a good point about the subscribing as well, Charlotte, though I would recommend people wait another couple days before they subscribe, because there is going to be a new sub goal coming. I haven't decided what it'll be yet, but as I had mentioned before, I am planning on doing monthly sub goals, so I'm going to try to get the new goal up at the start of each month, so that people have as much time as possible during that month to get the sub goal. So suggestions are still open, but obviously that is a fully within reason scenario. If people ask for something too out there, they will be denied.
Very well, then Tuthaken.
Go ahead and get one more dexterity there. I think is the last bit we needed for that one spear for it to be viable. Yeah, we can use our store spear now, if I so choose. But you know, we may as well give it a spin for a bit. New thing. Do I want to do anything with it, or do I want to just use it as... It is a boss weapon, so I don't think I'll be able to do too... Yeah, it's not even in the infusion list. And it only reinforces with Titanite scales. Okay, I was expecting Twinkling Titanite, not scales. That's a different problem. The knives have been serving us pretty well, so I do think I will put a couple upgrades into them. Thing is, it's gonna take a bit of work to get them to be prime time material. In hindsight, I probably should have upgraded the staff, but oh well.
Prithee, be careful, I don't...
Now, admittedly, we did go back to the slow weapon problem with experimenting with this spear. It's got some good reach, but it does only stab. So that's gonna be a risk. We'll save testing Crystal Herald for when we're not in the area with all of our allies, so we don't obliterate them by accident. Welcome back from the ads, those that were stuck in them. I did a little bit of upgrading. I leveled up 1 dexterity, thought about infusing things and didn't. Upgraded the daggers, and now let's talk to Greirat, because he just got back after us having defeated the Crystal Sage.
Oh, hello. You've come at a good time. It took some prowling, but I finally made a score. Go on, have a gander.
So now he's got new stuff for us to buy. Divine Blessings, Zweihander, Pontiff Knight Curved Sword. That's one of the weapons I was considering making use of for this playthrough in general, even though I had used curved swords for Dark Souls 1. Because it's a really good sword. Scaling's not great, but it starts off real strong, and Frostblade, I seem to recall, is a really good move. Also got the Assassin armor available. Even more ammo available. Specifically large arrows instead of just regular or fire. Knight armor, though we're never wearing the knight armor. The Assassin armor I might go for, because it's decent enough and it's pretty light. Oh yeah, he also sells lightning urns now. That's the other one. And that's new. Yeah, the S-Stock is also an option, but we already have a few too many situations with that already. I don't think that'll be the move. Don't need a priest chime. The shortbow, I think, shoots faster than the longbow. It also has that rapid fire ability, but I think we'll stick to the longbow because the handful of times I'm using a bow, I'm aiming to shoot far usually. So his hole this time's not huge for us. Yeah, the Pontiff Knight shield isn't bad either. And it's another weapon skill shield, so that is one to consider. It's not super heavy. Right now, we're not going to be able to afford, like, any of this anyway. Just like the old lady, he will buy our stuff, as I talked about before. I don't think I really have anything of note to sell at the moment, other than those consumable souls, which I'm probably gonna bank for right now.
Goodbye, and stay safe.
I'll do what I can there, buddy.
This is a bore. What good is thievery if you've nowhere to go?
He's already itching to go out and steal some more stuff for us. Won't be time for him to go out again quite yet, though. I thought he had a different weapon in there that was going to be better in between, is the main reason I wanted to rush getting that done. But my memory was clearly incorrect. What a pair of things I'm holding here. What a weird pair of weapons this is. But it's time to make more forward progress. Because I think the bonfire where the Crystal Sage is a dead end, but I'm going to double check right quick and make sure there's not another path off of there before we go to Farron Keep proper. Okay, this road does keep going. Oh boy, we've now got those guys carrying cages on their backs instead now. Why'd I just randomly get a bit of Twinkling Titanite? I'm gonna guess something fell off a cliff. Well, I'm not gonna argue with free stuff. Okay, good. The heavy attack will hit him. Oh, I was real concerned for a second there. It's like, can I just not even hit those? There we go. Or Twinkling Titanite. You know, I think I found my perfect volunteer for testing our new spell. You know, it's not that good. It's real good for crowds, but it's not really helpful in any other capacity, it seems. It's not really what I thought that spell was gonna do. I thought it was gonna be like a rapid fire targeted thing, not a, oh yeah, it's just kind of going somewhere. In hindsight, I should have realized which spell it was because it's hail. But you can't blame me for hoping, right? Even if sometimes hoping is just coping, but, you know. Oh, there's another big Sawblade man right there, too. Oh, there's the Herald armor. That might be armor I will wear as well. I don't think it's too heavy. We're just gonna not deal with big Sawblade man. Oh, there's just a bonfire right here. I don't remember if Farron keeps the way I'm supposed to be going, or this is the way I'm supposed to be going, then. Oh, we'll find out. If I suddenly get obliterated by something, well... that'll give me an idea I probably shouldn't be going this way. Okay, you are in fact hostile. You're throwing bleed knives at me because you're a dick. Thankfully, you're bad at throwing. Well, no, I guess you're good at throwing because you're throwing the fight pretty hard. Oh, you have a friend, though. That was the whole bit here, huh? You were waiting for your friend to jump me. You are a tanky one, too. No. Enough out of you, so I can focus on your friend. I've got the reach advantage, but they've got the speed advantage. So this is actually a fairly fair fight. That's fine. Taking your friend's shield. I, by rights, should have hit first there. Testing my patience, bucko. That's what happens when you test my patience. I start throwing spells at you. You're not gonna get enough bleed build up that way. Yeah, fine. You want to play the two-hand game? I can play the two-hand game. Ha! Spear's doing, like, no damage to these guys. See, fights like this are a big part of why I don't do the PvP, because it's a lot of things like this, where it's just a lot of dancing around each other until somebody makes a mistake. I disagree. Fucking little coward. Animagic, that's a problem. That's a big knife you're throwing there. Neener, neener. There we go. That took way more than it needed to do to get past those two. But hey, we got past them first try, so I'll take that, I guess. That would have gone way faster if I wasn't using this spear. is any kind of other damage type other than just pure physical, I think would have cut through them a lot faster, based on the fact that they seem to have had real good physical defense. Sir? Rude. A play like that? I can play like that. Fortunately for you, I play better. Apologies if you can hear the lawnmower in the background, by the way. The neighbors are taking care of their lawn today, apparently, instead of having taken care of it before the temperature got wild. You know, life choices happen. Do I feel bad about shooting the dog with a fire arrow just so it rolls around on fire so it doesn't come running at me as quickly? You would be correct. Is it the right move to make, though? Also correct. A little bit of course correction for their arrows doesn't save them from their own inability to aim. There's also another dog right there. It hasn't noticed us somehow. It didn't notice that entire sniper duel. Anyway. Whoa! How many of you are over here? And even more dogs. Good lord. I'd just go brawling, but I'm out of Vestus, so I'm not about to play the fool's game here. I can't shoot through that. You can shoot through that, though, and I can't. Doing a real bad job of shooting this time. So it's a really awkward position in general. The lock-on in these games is so bad. It loves to just drop randomly. Like, I get that I walked out of range, but its range is also, like, so incredibly finicky. Yes, I clearly wanted to kick. Yes, that's clearly the decision I wanted to make, you stupid fucking game. Why does the spear even have a kick move? Why? Why? Oh, I'm at the Cathedral of the Deep. I completely missed the memo on that. I'm gonna be real with you. And now I gotta do this again. Why did you end up like so far to the side when you straightened back up that time? Anyway, we're putting this spear away. The spear is not the move. Back this for the moment, just so we can get through here. Because the sword does an infinitely better job at the dog problem. Since it's a fire weapon, it'll keep them from just jumping all over me and ripping me apart. This entryway is very well protected. Credit to them for that. Even while I'm very irritated by it. Credit where credit's due. They at least thought this through and actually protected this place appropriately. Okay, I did not expect them both to make their shots. I figured one of them was going to have fired early. I was wrong. Am I really gonna have to do this the slow way and shoot them all? I really don't want to. It takes entirely too fucking long. Doesn't help that they have a lot of shooters all up and down this area. If the lock-on had less awful range, I'd be able to make better use of my magic in this situation. Okay, good. That actually did land. I'm kind of surprised. You know what, actually? Well, that would have worked if they had actually gone literally anywhere in that time. Yeah, see, the area it covers just doesn't work for, like, any actual sensible scenario. Anyway. No. Moving right along, as if none of that happened. Interesting that the Traveler Soul was up here. You would think the people that would be dying around here would have died down there. Is that kind of like slumped over in the corner position really just seems like they succumb to wounds after an engagement like that. But them getting to that spot just seems weird. No. Whatever that was, no. Absolutely not. Somebody else doing that weird nonsense too. Pretty confident I don't want to go in there right now. Oh. Is this happening? No. Absolutely not. Thanks for the Estus Shard. The dead, they be rising. I doubt fire does a real good job of keeping the dead where they came from. Oh, boy, that's a lot of them, though. Ew. Keep that to yourself. You ever get the feeling they're just gonna keep getting back up? Because boy, am I getting the feeling they're just gonna keep getting back up. Come on through. There's something making them rise, I presume, then. Since they just keep coming back. Store a greatsword, that's not gonna help. Okay, I just took a bunch of blood loss. Oh, my bleed just keeps going up. I think whatever they puked on me is making me bleed. That's upsetting. Armor required ahead, spouse ahead. Huh. Okay. Going in there seems like it's gonna cause a whole thing. Also about to take another batch of blood loss. Oh yeah, I'm covered in leeches, you can see them. There we go. Since I didn't look around the front of me, I didn't see the leeches. I had to turn the camera around to spot them. So let's find out what opening the door does. Oh no, there's a bonfire there. Why are you telling... Oh, probably for breaking the chairs.
Merciful goddess, mother of the forlorn, who have no place to call their own, please bear witness to our resolve. Fire for Ariandel. Fire for Ariandel. And the ash to kindle flame.
I think that's the prompt for the DLC that I do have that we probably aren't going to see much of.
Wait.
I wanted to read the message, not talk to you.
You've the same scent as that woman.
That's a weird sentence to say to me.
You must be an Ashen One. You must be. Oh. You don't know how long I've searched.
You're gonna keep searching too. Wish I could make my hat look like this all the time. You know, I regret actually reading that message.
Oh, don't mind me. Didn't mean to fall apart. Now, Ashen One, I have a kindness to ask of you. My lady lives in the cold land of Ariandel. I need you to show her flame. A proper flame that will burn the rot away. If you truly are ash, then it must be fire that you seek.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. They of ash never fail. Just a moment, then. The painting of Ariandel. Well, rotted scrap of it, that is. Go on. Take it. Touch it.
I forget if this is gonna send me there straight away or not. I think it actually does, and I've made a mistake. Yep. Ah well. We'll fix that in a minute, then. Boy. So I would presume there's a bonfire relatively early on. I should have touched this bonfire,
The ashes
though.
were too.
You sound an awful lot like the guy I was just talking to.
Have you just arrived? How very unusual. Just how long has it been? Rejoice, my new friend. For this is a true haven of the forlorn, the cold and gentle painted world of Ariandel. Quick, go along. Find one for yourself. A sweetly rotting bed to lie upon.
Uh-huh.
Yes, of course. You're no exception. We've all seen terrible things.
Oh yeah, I'm
you'll
looking at
see
one right
far.
now.
Let it ease your burden. Ariandel will make a fine home for you. So, go on ahead. Find one for yourself. a sweetly rotting bed.
I would like to find an exit more so, sir, but sure. There we go, there's my exit. Yeah, welcome to the painted world of Ariandel. Enjoy the little bit of a view of we're gonna get at the moment. I'll do a quick nose around, and then we're going to go back to what we were doing. Doesn't that look kind of weird? Weird tree lady. Oh, that's bad. Rude. They're not really good about greeting guests around here, huh? There's two of you. Nope, one's got a torch. But as it turns out, there was in fact 3 of them. Round and round we go, round and round we go. Ah! Yeah, it'd be great if you hurt your friend doing that. Just saying. Now, if anybody out there's wondering, yes, I do in fact regret sticking my nose into this place. And we're dead. Thankfully, we died right next to the bonfire, and not where these guys will be. So, we're leaving. This is why I said we weren't going to see much of it. Because I was pretty confident, it being DLC, that it was going to be miserable. And I was correct. Anyway, I'm taking my ball and going home.
Very own home now.
Right. You have to slog through that whole mess there, though, to get back to the bonfire. Well, let's go back and do business first. Because we have enough to get another level.
Welcome, speak very well. Then take.
I'm gonna go ahead and round off to 20 dexterity, and then we'll start making headway on other things. Probably raising our intelligence again? I may also raise our vitality to get more equip load, though. Since equip load does turn into strength for us thanks to that one ring we have.
Farewell, may the
More equip load would also mean better equipment. But right now, since I'm carrying the bow on me and everything all the time, our equip load isn't beneficial, particularly. So really low on arrows.
Ah,
Real shame that Greyrot's away right now. Oh! We can buy the Sage's big hat now. That's fun. Yep, the successors of Big Hat Logan. Grab a good, like, 200 arrows. We'll only be able to carry 99 at a time, but it should restock me from storage whenever I go back to a bonfire. So that'll be useful. Could really do with better arrows than that, but one problem at a time. Just running numbers, don't mind me. Deciding the value of making any kind of sales to make changes. Those who wonder
Fashion what
why I
way?
don't just sell any gear I wouldn't use, the collector instinct is still strong. So I hang on to a lot of extraneous things that way. But the only other thing we could do before we head back out is infuse something. I still have not committed to infusing anything. Other than the two fire weapons we have, because those were easy choices to make. Do you have your prompt to go out again?
Oh, and in one.
Yeah, it seems like you don't. So actually, I could have bought better arrows from you instead of buying so many standards. Though then again, it's just a 10 damage difference between standard and large. It would be more about buying more fire arrows, and they're kind of pricey to buy in quantity for me right now.
Goodbye. Oh, this place is
Might be that I need to hit his talk prompt to get him to do his other thing, but I think we just, since we don't have access to the other place he would be going, I don't think he has the prompt yet. His next place to pillage isn't for a bit yet. It does take it up to a B scaling for dexterity. And I'm assuming I'll be able to get other sharp gems, so worst case, it would still be fine. Just really depends on if I actually want to commit to using these or not. I have upgraded them, so I feel like I should at least put something in them. So yeah, I'll commit.
Pretty be careful.
Yeah. Just gotta remember that my reach is a lot shorter again now. I don't do fire damage with our melee attacks. There's a very real possibility that I should have kept the fire sword for the bit we're about to redo here. But I'm also considering the simple plan of run for my life. Now that we know what the area up there looks like. Yep, and that's why running for your life really isn't a move there. There's enough dogs packed in at the top there that I think you'd get pincered no matter what you tried to do with that. I was pretty sure that was going to be true, but I figured I'd try. We're also a little slow on our running right now. I think we are still a little overburdened for as far as speed goes. Why did you activate so quickly this time? I have to assume he aggroed because of me fighting the dog. Interesting that my souls ended up there, but okay. I thought he fell off again. So he went out of my camera. Remember, with these games, the camera is always the real enemy. Nothing else will ever be as dangerous as your own camera. Okay. Got through there actually pretty smooth and clean after the the wash that was the attempt to just run away. Okay, there is no other path there. No. So touch the bonfire, and go from there. Okay, good, he's also gone, so I can't accidentally warp again. Bit of a dick move if you think about it, that you say yes and you just get sucked away into a horrible land of awful things. There's a whip. This side, okay. Also does not open from this side. So the cleansing chapel is useless to us at the moment then. The way those plants moved, I thought he had like back spikes or something. I was like, wait, what? What am I looking at here? Well, let's see what's down here. I already regret this decision, looking at whatever the hell that is. Huh. I made a choice. Like weird basilisk man. No, no, it's more an amalgam of leeches. Never mind. I hate it more, actually, in fact. It's also covering me in leeches the entire time. Well, this is upsetting. Apparently no amount of rolling is getting rid of this batch. Yeah, I didn't think that was gonna work, but it was a funny idea. So I guess it was a coincidence that I rolled and they went away? I'm just kind of stuck dealing with these, I guess. Okay. Hate that. Thanks, game. I would like to get rid of the message, please. Thank you. Yeah, of course you fucking did. I have a feeling this is once again a case of I'm gonna regret having put my fire weapon away. Yep. So for those wondering why I just went ahead and threw that last spell, I was dead no matter what I did there. If he landed on me, I died. If I moved, I was gonna bleed out and die. That there was just no winning that situation. Those things suck. A lot. Quite literally in this case, considering they're leeches. Right, I don't have the bow on the bar at the moment. I had a feeling it wasn't going to appreciate being set on fire particularly. What's up? What you gonna do about it, huh? Yeah, that's right, you're not gonna do shit. Okay, you can reach that high. Okay, you know what? Fair play. Still a lot easier to deal with him from up here. Problem is, I won't be able to deal with the other ones that way. The other ones are too far away. So instead, let's go look this side. Where I died previously. You're gonna have to deal with hearing the noise constantly until these things go away of their own accord, I guess. That shard. I think that leads around to the other side of one of those doors, perhaps? Ooh, crystals. Lizard. Claim Titanite. Or areas that are totally not a trap. Another lizard. Both of them were pretty free, too. I'm kind of concerned. Another set of Titanite shards. Huh. Oh, that's the other side of where all the awful leech things were, too. Okay. There may still be something in between those two spots, but you know what? I'm not that interested right now, as it turns out. Dealing with awful leech hell is just not really in the cards right now. That's alive. Big lizard. Or whatever the hell that is. Oh, you have a rolling attack. You know, I was surprised when it stopped the roll initially. I'm like, oh, I guess it just rolls once, and then it very slowly did the second one that I was not ready for. Huh. This area's kind of miserable. Get the distinct feeling I might be happier going to Farron Keep first. Question becomes, do I want to leave those souls there? Answer is, I don't care enough. Yeah, we leave those souls there. Especially considering Farron Keep is just technically part of Road of Sacrifices, I'm probably better off going this way first. And since the Undead Legion's mentioned being here, and the Undead Legion, I believe, was mentioned before Aldrich of the Deep, I do believe, for yet another reason, that the order of operations is that... Not that this place is going to be great either, considering, you know, this. Oh, these are the same things that were in Blighttown. Does that mean this goo is the same as Blighttown? Sure does. Yeah, poison gem, though. Joy of joys. Welcome to Blighttown 2.0, I guess. 3.0, technically, if you count Harvest Valley being like Blighttown. Maggot Mask. Now that I know what these things are, though, and what they do, not as concerned about them. It does seem like they've kind of given us more ground to stand on, but also not here. And at least there isn't, like, an army of flying bugs and little dudes with blowguns to piss me off here yet. So I'll take it as an improvement so far. Really thought I was getting away from the weird squelchy noises by going here. Here, though. That clearly was wrong. Estus Shard. We do have another Estus Shard I should have dropped off, too. We'll actually have 6 healing charges. So I may... Actually, no, it'll be 7 healing charges if I put it all into healing. What I'll probably do is put one more of them into magic and then put one of the 2 that we just picked up into a healing. This way we'll have 3 magic charges, so I can be a little bit more loose with my magic. Prism stones, don't need those. I don't know if there's another area with a bunch of invisible pathway in this one or not. Even if there isn't, there's ways without having to sit there and use prism stones all up and down to deal with those problems anyway. Rotten pine resin. I'm gonna get poisoned. There's just nothing for it at that point. Yep. So I think since I rolled in the muck, I probably was gonna get poisoned anyway. Pretty sure that makes it faster, considering I'm coated in it. On the bright side, now I don't need to worry about the buildup anymore, because I'm immune to getting new buildup until this buildup wears out. Poison gem. We are thankfully healing thanks to the Pontiff's left eye that we're wearing. Howdy, Tara. Yeah, there's plenty of other things to worry about around here, but Trek's on the list, that's for sure. We were over in the Cathedral of the Deep, and then I got tired of dealing with the leeches, so I went, yeah, you know what, let me go actually finish Farron Keep. Sages are already dead, so I got that going for me. Mixed results overall for today, though. Will say, having this left eye is actually meaning that the poison just, like, doesn't matter as long as I have things to hit. That's nice. Oh, that's gonna be a different problem, though. Especially if I keep hitting the terrain. There we go. So glad I spent that soul on that eye. Because it actually means my attack spamming actually has a benefit, since it's on successive attacks. Yeah. Oh, right. This is a whole thing. Extinguish 3 flames and open the door to Wolf's Blood. Huh. Oof. Yeah, the Brigand Knives are doing pretty well, all combined with that. And I already threw Sharp on them, so they're working reasonably. 2 more to light, and then the door shall open. I anticipate that this is going to take a bit. And absolutely. So, most areas of this have taken a fair bit. Road of Sacrifice so far being, I think, actually the quickest. Or Rotten Pine Resin. Hello, sir. You and your fucking tracking. God, I hate the fact that enemies just will spin on a dime like that. Because that should have been a clean dodge, and instead, whoop! And then the poison finished me. Now we're all the way back here, because I didn't get to any other bonfires yet, either. Love that for me. Well, go traipse through the swamp again. Oh, it's deeper here, too. Well, so much for avoiding getting poisoned the second time. I also lost track of what direction I went, because God forbid I'd be able to tell one part of this mess from another. This is where I wanted to go, but I went the wrong way. Maybe because of the pathing I had taken before. Lunar, thank you for the raid. What were you up to today? Hopefully you were having a grand time with whatever it was. We're just in poison hell, so, you know, it is what it is. But of course, if any of y'all need to raid and run, please make sure to do so. Taking care of yourselves should be your first priority. Of course you outreached me. You have a longer weapon, so that makes sense. Yeah, bear with me for a second. Gonna be a little distracted. Especially if I can't even get a single animation in. Well done on finishing Pokemon Odyssey. Hopefully it continued to be good for you. I remember you saying you were enjoying it before. That was way more Estus than I wanted to use in that situation. But we got through them. There's where I dropped my stuff. Okay. Now I can get my head back on. Proper. Wait. Is that where I came from, or is that where I came from? Ah, that's fair. An ending's an ending if your goal is just to finish it at the time. You still manage to get to the end. Need be, you can always come back and do a better ending in the future if you really want to. Okay, you can just... Yeah, sure, game. Why not? That's fair and reasonable that he can just jump out of being locked. Yeah, why not? That's where I'm trying to get back to. That's where I went. Trying to avoid actually getting poisoned this time. Absolutely. Thank you again, Lunar, and you take care of yourself. Always great to see you. You know, for all the intelligence you have to be able to use these spells, you sure don't act like you have any when you use them. Yep. Bye-bye. What did to do with the guy that was over there this time? He's irrelevant to our purposes. Kangaroo over here, though, offends me. Heard something. Do have ads coming up here in a second. Be advised. No. No fun allowed for you. You ruined your chance at fun before. And shards. You wonder if there's any value to shooting these things down. Doesn't seem like you can. Seemed like a thing you should do if you could do. There's stuff over that way, though. Okay, looks like those things sometimes are on all fours doing what they do. Oh, that poison's going up fast over there. That's not great. Yeah, we're just gonna hang loose while the ads run. I'm gonna try to strategize a little bit, perhaps. Not really sure there's much that I could do to really have any brilliant ideas here, though. Aside from, you know, pulling these guys to this little island so I'm not standing in the poison while I fight them. That's a move. Okay, that arrow just went through him. Ooh, more Titanite shards. I guess this is where we're really going to be able to start getting the material we need to be just upgrading whatever we want then. Always good to see. We're definitely going to need it. Yeah, I figure that's fair and reasonable to do during the ads, because it's not like anything interesting's happening. I'm just pointing bow and shooting arrow. And making thing die. The way they just kind of slip under those arrows, though, real annoying. I think that's all of the ones that are nearby here. I don't hear any more, and I don't see any movement. I thought I saw one when I was aiming at the other one that we just killed, though. It may be that I saw it in the distance because I zoomed in. I don't see any anymore. I don't know. I may have also, like, attracted one over with the noise I was making shooting the other one. That is likely to be the case, too. Oh, that's not good. Yep, that's me poisoned. Great. Love that for me. Oh, and it was for a greatsword, something I'm never going to use. Just take a step over. Just go to the next platform, he said. It was gonna be easy, he said. There wasn't gonna be any problems, he said. When will I learn not to listen to myself? I don't know what I'm talking about. When have I ever known what I'm talking about? Good job. These things are worth a decent amount of souls, at least. Theoretically, everybody will be coming back from ads here in a moment as well. There's another one. Kind of in between on that one, Potato. I have seen a chunk of this game before. I've technically seen the whole game once upon a time. But it's been long enough that practical terms kind of go back and forth on that. But if you're asking that in order to say anything, opt not to say anything. But we'll put it that way. Because I am not looking to be informed about anything. Hopefully that answers your question. And more importantly, hopefully you were able to hear it and the ads weren't in the way of hearing the answer to that question. Since I know the timing there was a little rough. We're already poisoned, so slogging over here doesn't matter. Moss. At this point, I have no reason to use the purple moss because I'm already really low on the build-up. What do is save a little bit of health. Oh, get a load of that awful thing. But yeah, to further clarify, the last time I played this was back when this game was new, back in 2016. I have gone further than this area. I do know that from the achievements I have and the memories that I have. There's definitely holes in that memory, that's for sure. I was not expecting you to just kind of jerk forward like that. Things I also was not expecting. The spell. Bold of you to assume I have that much of a plan. We are in the vague direction of exactly the things you see me using right now. Dexterity and magic. Beyond that, it'll happen when it happens, if it happens. I don't care enough to have a plan, really. We will make it work. There's a point of clarity, since there's a decent amount of new people in right now. This spawned all from a donation incentive from a donathon I ran at the end of last year. That should tell you how long it's taken me to catch up on all of these things. I had never had any real intention of streaming this game at any point before that. So, there never was a plan made or anything. This is just a, hey, you wanted this, so you're gonna get it. With all the results that that's going to have. And all the me swearing at the lock-on system that will also come with. As it betrays me yet again. As if it hadn't broken the lock-on because he happened to step the one pixel he needed to break lock-on, he would have been dead already and I wouldn't have lost those souls. But no, it has to have a very strict range and be a pain in my ass. That is not the first time that's happened and it won't be the last time. But it's very frustrating when I get betrayed by the game mechanics. I'm never gonna remember the exact range on the lock-on. That very heavily depends on what you mean by that. Because there are many mechanics that are not explained well that people could consider not being explained in the game at all. Let me ask you this question. How important to regular gameplay is the thing you're about to tell me? I knew he was running up. I thought I had a split second longer than that. I did not. Let me go spend those Estus shards before I make myself aggravated. Is if, for example, you're going to tell me about... don't bother then. Because if you're talking about the leveling, I know about soft caps, if that's the thing you were going to point out. Oh, just to give you an example. I know that statistics stop being beneficial after certain thresholds and things of that nature. And if the other one's not very important, then I will not really have a reason to worry about it. There we go. Now, I did want 6 and 3. There you go.
Pretty be careful.
That's what I figured, because that is a common thing that people don't know about. So it seemed like a likely thing somebody was going to want to teach. And I do appreciate you wanting to help. I'm just very much a I learn by doing in person. But I do understand and appreciate when people want to tell you about something that may not be explained. And as another, like, slightly more esoteric thing, I do know what the undead bone shards do and all of that. I've already spent the one that I had. And they were a thing in the previous game as well already, so that was already a connected point in my brain. Is notification important, or is this useless garbage? It's useless garbage. I'll deal with that later. Yeah, the blessing and curse of this whole series really is the amount of nested mechanics and nested information that most people are never going to end up running into. It makes it very interesting for those who are wanting to play it repeatedly and go deep into it. But it can really be let's say a problem. I don't want to call it a problem, but the fairest thing to say for it is that it would be a problem for those who just want to go through and get through the very most basic way you can. Now, there was something else I was thinking about. My brain has given up on it, so you know what? We're just gonna go back. It'll be fine. Do I want to just keep going the way I was going, or do I want to see if I can go somewhere else? There's a lot of swamp slogging to go anywhere else. We'll keep on with what we're doing here. So I also don't particularly want to go back to the land of leeches and aggravation right now either. I don't even know why I bothered with that. You can just run past them. I suppose as much it was reminding me, like, can I one-shot those? The answer is no. Speaking of things I probably should just run past, it's these two idiots. That stubborn fool that I am, I keep fighting them. And I suppose another point of clarification I should add for anybody who just got here or got here from the raid or anything, I have gone through the first two games as well. The incentive was to do all 3 games, so I've been doing them in sequence. There have been gaps between them to kind of give me a breather as well. So especially if it's any kind of mechanics or anything that would be carried over from one game to the next, I do also have all of those, for the most part, in mind. And I'm also one of those people that doesn't act on all the information he has either. So understand that I also do know more than I'm using. Because I would consider myself to be a fool, in that I do not use all of the information at my disposal. And that is only partially for the entertainment value of it, and partially for just the simple fact of, I just don't think sometimes. We've all been there. That all landed at angles I did not expect it to. Yay, more rotten pine resin. There's the next flame. Here's something nearby, though. Something's sleeping. Huh. Well, we'll put this flame out and worry about that in a minute. You know, I'm pretty sure these were the flames we were seeing in the distance, too, now that I think about it. When we were in the area before this. Because we saw that one really large plume of flame. Actually, no, I think we saw it from the undead settlement. Eh. Any goodies back here? Doesn't seem like it. That is something that you generally have done well with, yeah, is letting you have hints of things to come as long as you're willing to pay attention and look around. Admittedly, I'm not sure how much we're gonna see from here. One moment. Needed to close my door. Deal with this notification while I'm not in danger as well. Okay. Yeah, that may very well... Actually... No, I don't think that's part of the high wall up there. That's more than likely something else. There's a bonfire directly behind these 3 fools. Can I separate your little band here? I'd be a fool to rush in and fight all 3 of them. Especially with my tendency to lose to 1 spearman, let alone 3. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. Oh, thanks, game. Clearly I wanted to turn my camera around. Yes, that's exactly what I was asking for when I was frantically clicking the targeting button so that I could target the things that I wanted to shoot at. I cannot reliably get these to shoot as far as I would like without aiming. Because sometimes it just decides to go flying off on an adventure. I know it's based on your facing, but it is finicky, to put it politely. Yep, that's where I wanted that, clearly. That's exactly where I wanted that. When in doubt, there's multiple ways to achieve the same thing. The goal in this case was not having to fight both of them face to face. Ideally, I would rather not fall off of this platform. There we go. Falling off of here would have meant being even further away from this bonfire that I desperately wanted. Not that I had any reason to use it fully, but... Now, aside from getting some Estus back. It's more, we have actually made sustainable progress instead of constantly readily lost progress. Well, that worked better than expected. Kind of figured I was going to get spat on somewhere in that mess. A big leech pile there. More of the big staff wielders wandering around. Oh, hi. Thought I heard one of you nearby. Okay. Love it when I get stuck on a corpse. Oh, and you didn't die either. Much to my eternal aggravation. Stop that. Oh, that's going up real fast. I don't think oh, no, I did make it. We'll go ahead and moss that away so I can actually move. I'm never going to be happy with the noises that are happening here. I'm not necessarily made uncomfortable by the noises, but I'm constantly irritated by them. That's way more effective than I thought it would be. I should have just been shooting those from the word go. Huh. More you know. Fry me some more slugs. Actually thinking about it. Use what you just learned. Use your arrows, not your spells. Have lots of arrows. Especially since we've been just buying the cheap arrows. It is also worth noting, by the way, for those new here, is these sessions only happen once a week. They are only on Mondays. So if you're only interested in Dark Souls, you're going to want to only show up weekly. Because I do not have the patience to play this multiple days in a week. It will lead to me expressing feelings that will make many people upset. Let's put it that way. If I did it multiple times in the same week. Okay, another bonfire. That was surprisingly quick to reach. It's always kind of weird how they space these bonfires out. Old Wolf of Faron. You alive? I can pray to you. What's this do? Oh, Legion Etiquette, okay. And that is a covenant. I don't know what that does, and I don't want to join a covenant just blindly like that right now. Elevator. Elevator going up. Where does this take me? Yeah, to a pretty nice view, it looks like. Isn't that the church that was at the Undead Settlement over there? No, I think that's a bigger church. That might be the Cathedral of the Deep, actually, over there. There's our last flame right there. As if I'm gonna remember where that is when we get down to the ground. Kind of wild how relatively small this area looks from up here, huh? That. A weird patch right there. Huh. Okay, I can kind of figure out where that spot is, because there's a bunch of rock there. It looks like it's near one of the pillars. It's near the wall in general. Yeah, it just only seems big when you're down in it, because you're going through a lot along the way. Oh, hey. Speaking of surprisingly small world, get a load of that jerk. He looks familiar. Oh yeah. That's basic cartography, really, at the end of the day. My big problem is I just can't always keep that in mind when I'm dealing with everything else. Oh, that just kills me. Okay, sure. Why not? Because I totally was going to be able to tell that that was going to be some manner of breath attack and not just him yelling or anything. Yes. Yes. Don't worry, game. I won't call you ooh cheap or say that that was a newbie trap at all. No. Really, though, that... I feel like that just kind of came out of nowhere. Like, yeah, I saw the like, dark mist around his mouth, but that doesn't tell me anything. That there's no information really to be had on that move. It's just, hey, suddenly he's puking at you. Good luck. The fact that he doesn't have, like, a proper boss health bar is interesting. That implies to me that there's gonna be more of him at some point. Just out here vomiting rocks at people. Huh. Like, I saw that there were multiple rocks the second time. I still am processing the fact that this is just a big demon that stomps around and just pisses a array of rocks in your general direction. So far, 0 to 10. Not a fan. Don't like this man. He's an asshole. Really don't think getting close to him is going to be a good idea, but it feels like a better idea than trying to kill him with magic at this point. Can't believe I got away with that one. Yep, I kind of figured he was gonna have the big sit-down move. I'm always real nervous about being close to these things, which this one clearly is designed to exploit that fear by having that spit move to just obliterate you if you try to fight him from a distance. You didn't die yet, huh? Die. There we go, Soul of a Stray Demon. Great Axe. That didn't take as many tries as I feared it was going to with how that was going. Another Ember. I have way more Embers than I think I'm ever going to use. Let that be a lesson. When magic fails you, once again, shank your problems. I get the distinct feeling that this section up here may, in fact, have no other purpose than that situation having happened. There's more of those pilgrims. Wait. I feel like I should be gleaning information from what I can see here, and I kind of am not. Hello? This seems like a horrendous idea. At the same time, I'm compelled by curiosity. Huh. Remember the part about me saying this was a bad idea? That over there, that looks like a bad idea. Complete with a deadly loot trap right there, because there's 2 items and a Titanite lizard, and I think that's a second Titanite lizard under or the shoulder of that dragon over there too. They really think I'm gonna fall for that. And actually, yeah, that's where we found the guy I don't trust, the one that was professing loyalty and everything. So I was right. That was the Undead Settlement Church then, I guess, over there, or perhaps. Because that would mean that that's the bridge we were looking at from Undead Settlement earlier. Now, I will admit, there's a chance that that thing's dead. I don't believe that. Not for a second. Well, this is about to be bad. There goes the neighborhood. Yeah, no, there's always been, like, some variety of demon like that in all of these. Which, on the one hand, it's nice to see things like that coming back, but at the same time, there's a part of me that's like, you know, are they doing that just so they don't have to make more demons? Or are they doing that because they're trying to keep things cohesive? There's an either-or on that. And technically both can be true at the same time. The way these guys, like, judder around when I'm hitting them with these knives will never not be funny. What are you doing? Get off of there. Your turn. Time out. Time in. You lose. You really made it a lot farther than all your friends, huh? Good for you. Didn't work out, but, you know, good for you. Is there anything up here? Oh, there's a way to fall back down to where the stray demon was. That's technically something. Oh, so... yeah, I could see that somebody could just sit up here and shoot the stray demon, huh? Though, I feel like it probably could have spat the rocks up here, and that would have just ended poorly anyway. That said, it's really seeming like not a lot has happened with this idea. Because, you know, we obviously can't get over there. Is this wall just bent a little bit? Match the ground, or did something really just bash it in that hard? Yeah, there's the rest of the undead settlement right there, now that we're up high enough we can see it. Now that's the Cathedral of the Deep down there, isn't it? Actually, no, that's the cleansing chapel we were at before, I think. Is it? I don't know what that is. I keep convincing myself that I recognize something, and it's like, no, there's just a lot of churches that look the fucking same around here. I think that is a different one. Well, maybe not, because there's the path that we were having an awful time getting up to, and the door is open. Not that I can zoom in better to show you that that door is open. See, you can definitely tell that that door is open from this angle. It doesn't help when the lighting is different in different parts of the area. So even like a path like this can look wildly different with brighter light and being high up like this compared to when you're down in it. I am pretty confident that that's where we were before too. And it makes sense considering all these places are pretty close together. That, I presume, is some of the ruined area we were running through. That's probably near where the Crystal Sage was. Because that's where we entered Farron Keep, then, presumably. Be down there. Or through the underground bit we went through. Like, when I can sit here and look at it all, I can definitely figure a lot of that out. It just, when I'm down there in the shit, there's definitely no way I'm keeping all that information. I could have rushed that and killed it, probably. There's a very real possibility that this thing isn't even alive. But I would be shocked if it wasn't alive. I'm prepared to be shocked. Considering the way its head's tilted, I stand corrected. That probably isn't alive. They were relying on you thinking it's alive. Ah, that would make sense. Okay, yeah, that's definitely not alive. Okay, it's a fake out. See, the thing is, this being here also just does make sense, because this would have been like an old high road leading from one end of the area to the other. Because I presume that's the castle up there. So this would have been the big road that all the pilgrims were taking to go up there. It's just, you know, kind of trashed now. Like, even in its current condition... Yeah, I could see the logic for that. I'm assuming the fact that you end up flying down to the undead settlement was also probably part of the things that were cut around. It's like, okay, we couldn't really fill out the whole road to go there, so here, just have gargoyles fly them down there, it'll be fine. This does feel like a slightly weird jump. Even if they explained it away with like an old pact and everything. Okay. Also, definitely no further reason for us to be over here, as far as I can tell, and not really a great way to get back, so... we'll do this. Though, we have 9,000 souls. I should probably just go all the way back and spend these before I lose them. Yeah, that tracks. Considering it is the bridge the pilgrims used, and it's a big bridge. Ah, that makes sense. Considering the dance around with carrying capacity I'm doing at this point, let's go ahead and start pushing that up. Can probably fit in a second level right now by just selling some of these. 6,000, I think.
Ashen one.
Welcome us. Very well, then take.
Yeah, I'm a little over, but that's okay.
Farewell, may the...
Yeah, because now we're back down to 48%, which is a little better. It is a little bit weird that you get a boss soul from something that doesn't even have a major health bar, yeah. That does stand out. Which, is that the soul of the demon that I need for stuff from the... Oh, hey, you're here now.
And fast on the trail.
Actually, I think you were here for a while.
Then these red eyes are for you.
Yeah, you're that guy. I'm not interested in talking to you, really.
Use them to pillage embers and briefly heighten your strength for your duty. What else are unkindled ashes good for?
Yeah, that's the invasion line that I was talking about earlier that I'm not going to be interacting with at all.
Aha, thou returned. So.
Okay, yeah, the Soul of the Stray Demon is the one for those. Is it bad that I'm tempted to get enough faith just to boulder heave things? Because it would be funny. So actually, no, this isn't the same as the Soul of a Demon. But this does give me something I want, and I'm sad that I spent so much money right now. If it's a trade between Boulder Heave and Havel's Ring, I have to take Havel's Ring, though.
No.
That's gonna do too much for us. Considering our constant equip load woes. I need that. Which the good news is, since I don't need so many embers, we can make this happen. Considering I'm not embering to get extra health for a lot of situations, and I'm not doing any multiplayer, I don't need so many embers. What I need more is that ring.
So.
If it wasn't a trade like that, though, I would absolutely take Boulder Heave and commit the 5 points to getting the faith to Boulder Heave things. So I'm betting that's actually pretty decent, too. But considering this Bloodbite ring doesn't do anything for... Oh, actually, wow. Did they make Havel's ring weaker in this one? Because I swear that's a lot less equip load than I usually see from that. Huh. Well, it's still almost 8 more points, so that's not bad, just not as much as I'd hoped for. I was expecting like a 10-point swing. But I guess... maybe... Is it percentage based? Would have to be, right? But that percentage doesn't quite line up. Either way, that should help a solid bit as well. Oh yeah, we do have another undead bone shard to burn. We're gonna just burn that. Do I have any Estus shards? Like, logically it should be, but it just doesn't quite feel like it lines up since it's giving me 8 points and I had 50 equip load. It's definitely not 10%. So I guess maybe it's like 15? I mean, the St. Tree Bell Vine was a chime. I think I don't have any more Estus shards. I think I did use them all already. Just cycling through, it's like, oh yeah, I'll see them somewhere. We'll try heading back out from where the old wolf is, because I think that'll be easy-ish to get to where the other one is. Sounds good, Tara. You take care, and it's always good to have you around. I probably won't be going too awful much longer as usual, but I would like to finish this up so I don't have a whole memory problem when I come back to this, as you might imagine. Okay, there it is. There's where my target is. See it from here. Just need to go that way. So in theory, it should be easy to get there. In practice, it's not going to be. So this does take me immediately to ground level, at least. Though apparently, I cannot just go past those leeches. So that's upsetting. Okay, I can see the tower from here, actually. Because there's not enough tree cover to block me from seeing that. You know, it's kind of a dick move that these guys are all around this ladder. Because when you come down this ladder, how exactly are you going to deal with them? Like, you have to just get down here and attack fast. That's pretty much your only move. That sounds neat. Ooh, hello. Estus Soup. Sunlight Talisman. There's another place with soup like that we didn't go to as well. Way, way back. I think it was in the Undead Settlement that there was like a sealed off room with Estus Soup in it. I think that's meant to recharge your charges, so I kind of wasted it a little bit. Oh, that's for the Covenant then. Ah. I'm pretty sure that very bit right there to climb up is my goal right now, which involves getting past that thing. Actually, was it in the direction of the stairs? I've lost it already because I'm in the exact right bit of tree cover that I can't see shit. Well, one way or the other, this is something still, so I suppose I should go... Oh, God. Oh, guess who's getting poisoned? It's not a fucking thing I'm gonna be able to do about that. Not when I have to go turbo slow slog through there. Okay, yeah, no, I was right. That is where I'm going. And you're aware of my presence. Of course you are. Yeah, and I can't run through this either. I am so fucked. I am so fucked. All of this is slogging, so I'm gonna get poisoned, but it's better than this thing getting me. Damn it. Oh, there's two of you. Great. Great, I love that for me. I'm so glad. So you have to fight those. You don't really have a choice. Because if you don't fight them, exactly what just happened is gonna happen again. Switch to double knife. But the second I hit the bottom here, I can just lash out and rip them. That is so rude, though, that they get Lee time to start up their attack before you even get it down here. Very, very rude. Let's go this way again, and as soon as I have access to shooting at one of those things, we're gonna do so. So I think that's just gonna be my only move here. Come on, start shambling your way between the trees. Boink. Okay, got his attention. Now, the big fear is that I'm going to attract both of them again. What are you doing? Why are you going around that way? Aside from the fact that you're very clearly foiling my entire plan. Son of a bitch. Oh, sure, yeah, that part of your shoulder just doesn't count, huh? But you just keep doing that, too, huh? How nice for you. I wish I had a spell half that good. Stop that. Like, Jesus, that is a lot of spell power getting thrown at me from just a tiny gesture. Meanwhile, I gotta, like, wave my staff around for a business day and a half to be able to cast anything. Really ain't fair, you know? Sure, they've got, like, a fleshless face, and they're massive and probably are made of, like, 17 creatures at once, but, you know. I'm allowed to be upset, right? Right. Yep, no matter how much momentum you build up, it doesn't fucking matter. Just back into Goop's log. Oh, I'm already poisoned, so I may as well go get these items. On the bright side, I might be able to avoid the second one by virtue of the first one being dead. Because I think it was the first one chasing me and me having to roll and sprint like a fool that attracted the other one to me. Of course, who knows whether that's actually true or not, but I'm gonna convince myself that that's true to make myself feel better. Is boy, oh boy, do I have no good way to kill those things. So where is the... Oh, behind that tree. Great. And I'm dead again. That is a monumental dick move that he's just chilling behind that tree where you have no way to see him until too late. Come on now. Why is it always the poison swamps that they put, like, the... like, amalgam of cheap shots into? Is it because they know people are already gonna hate it? I didn't switch to the knives. Like, it's kind of funny to think about the fact that everybody dunks on the poison swamps. Like, those are the things people always point out as being, like, the worst parts of these games. It's not even the poison that's a problem. This area just sucks. Like, there's just nasty shit everywhere. And most of it just does not have any, like, fun or interesting way to fight it. It's just, oh hey, I hope you want to dodge 1,000 projectiles or be crushed instantly by a piece of tree. Like, I don't know what the hell they thought they were doing with this bit here. They didn't do it though, I can tell you that. This ain't it, Chief. Like, sure, the million projectiles part is a bit hyperbole, but it's somewhat apt, because this is a lot. For just one enemy that's just... Like, that is a regular enemy to be doing just right off the cuff without any, like, lead up or anything. It's just... Suddenly, 15 skulls. Yeah, I'm poisoned. Okay, if you come from this angle, you can see them ahead of time. Not that there's any room for me to fucking do anything with that information on this little platform, but... Like, I got much choice. Like, if I could actually just run through the muck, I would aggro it like this, where it's getting all confused, and then I would run for it. But that's not gonna work. As we go through this at the speed of a snail going uphill on ice backwards. Okay, that worked. That was fucking sketchy, but it worked. Ugh, hate doing it that way. Really don't like that. Because that was literally one finger twitch away from being absolute disaster. And I do not like playing that way. That is stressful. In ways that are not necessary. All of that just to touch this flame. Just for one flame. All the other two weren't really that bad. This one was awful. Guarded by the maximum nightmare version of where the wild things are. See, even the game's like, yeah, you probably just want to leave. You probably just want to warp away from here because this place sucks. I didn't even see him. No, you fuck off with that. Go to hell and you die. Huh. Really hoping this was gonna lead somewhere good, and instead it just leads to more swamp. Oh good, it's even worse because there's basilisks here. I tell ya. Really does feel like they choose like one part of some of these games to make just like the combining spot of everything people hate. I thought you had gotten close. Oh, that's awkwardly timed ads right there. People going into ads right as that thing immersed me in the smoke. That's gonna be interesting for people to figure out. Oh, and there's more of the big things here too. Oh, I fucking hate it here. This place sucks. Yeah, every time I'm like, okay, it's not so bad. We're starting to get control of things again. This happens. Good Christ. Because the problem is, if I make a mistake here, that's a lot of work to have to do again. If I die to Big McLarge asshole over there, for example, I'll have to fight 2 more of those before I even get back over here. Like, theoretically, over there might be another path to this spot. But based on the lay of the land here, that would still lead to this position that I'm in anyway, where I'd have to have fought the big guys to get here. So at least the one that was behind the tree would be guarding that path as well. Unless you came at it from like a completely different angle. One of which I do not know how to get to. You telling me that didn't hit? There we go. I'll just shoot and aggravate basilisks while the ads run. Much like we were just shooting and killing the crawly boys a minute ago. An hour ago at this point. Whatever reduces the population of things that are going to cause me problems. Out of the poison, get out of the cloud, everything's fine. I presume where those basilisks are is more than likely the way up to this. So there's that at least. I actually hit that. Huh. I didn't expect that to make contact. And I'm gonna be real with you. Fully expected that to have hit the rocks. But people will get back from ads here momentarily. And we should have a relatively clear path around this corner now. Assuming there aren't more basilisks, which, haha, hint, there's probably more basilisks. Of course, we're never going to be so lucky as to not have more of them just be out of sight right over there somewhere. We all know exactly how this is going to play out. But we have to go over there and do it. There's not really any 2 ways about it. Unfortunately, because the alternative is that, and I'd rather deal with more basilisks. I don't like them, but I'd rather deal with more of them. a hell of a thing to think about, really. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. All you missed is I shot some more basilisks, dragged them over here, and as you can see, they are dead. Not a lot happened with that. Now we're gonna go slog through more goo. And just hope that I've cleared the path. Okay, at least I can move a bit better. Okay, I did not completely clear the path, but my theory was correct about the lay of the land over here. At least somewhat. Aha! Looks like there's something in there. Well, I'm already poisoned, so let's go find out what the deal with that is. Chest that's open and a golden scroll. Ah. Not a mimic? Not a mimic. Oh, hey, the dress. Friend ahead. Gorgeous view. Really, guys? Y'all need to get out more. I mean, don't get me wrong, after slogging through a swamp this long, I understand, but at the same time, good lord. This has not gotten anywhere near as far as I thought it would. Freely admit. It looks like the path continues even further around the bend this way. Actually, wait. No, it might not, unless there's a cave there. Or you're meant to drop down from up there. To then get onto this path and go this way. Problem with that idea being, it's kind of a dead end over here. Which in hindsight, I think I know where I am. I think I'm up against one of the retaining walls around this area right now. Which is the opposite of anywhere I want to be. But on the bright side, it is something I can use to kind of navigate a bit. So we may as well take advantage of it. Oh, I know where we are, actually. This is where we got the... Hang on, let me finish that thought after dealing with this. This is how I expected this sequence to have gone last time we did this. Was nearly dying. This is where we got the undead bone shard off of this corpse. So I do know where we are. It also means that this, as we knew this area already did, this was all one big loop. And there's the door we opened. So I presume this leads up to the actual place, then. That's a lot of swords. Oh, boy. It's back to you lot, huh? Interesting. That was supposed to be a backstab game. Instead, the game itself backstabbed me because it just screwed me there real bad. This is about to go really poorly, in other words. Here they come. Really mad. Thankfully, they're really mad and really dumb. Thankfully, for them, they don't have to be smart to be really dangerous. As long as I just trail them up here piecemeal, it'll be totally fine. Let's just draw them up here, slice them to bits, draw the next one up here, slice them to bits. Watch, rinse, repeat. God damn it. I love that they have no stamina or anything to ever be concerned about. They can just flail for 3 years and never be punished for it. Oh, to not have consequences for my actions like they don't. That said, with where we just died, I think there's a different bonfire that'll be more beneficial for us to be at than this one now. So I don't have to deal with the problems we were just dealing with. We've gotten to where we died. I think we actually want to go back to the entrance. I would go to the keep ruins, but getting out of them is a pain, as there's bad on both sides of that. Though I think that might be the move, because I'm trying to think of where that tower we were just in is relative to here. And that's going to involve going up to where we kept dying, up that hill there, and then going back down the other side and hoping for the best. So how about we go take a look at the keep ruins then? I'm trying to be smart about this. I can't promise I'm succeeding, but I'm trying to be smart about this. The problem with teleporting around like this, though, is going to be that I'm going to lose track of the terrain. Okay, no, there's the door right there. I was pretty sure one of these spat out right into the thing. The problem I ran into is my brain had a split thought for a second there of, oh yeah, I wanted to go to the tower full of slugs, because it's right there. Forgetting that the door is a much better landmark. And our stuff's down there, so let's try to creep up on the storyteller again. Get him. He is up on those rocks. Yep, nope, it just doesn't give it to me. Okay. Thankfully, we got him before he could do his screech to aggro them all. Though the targeting system kind of fucked me again there. But one problem at a time. Reminding everyone once again that while this series has many upsides, the targeting and the lock-on has never been one of them. I was wondering why I was cycling like that. I did think about using Crystal Hail here, because it would have probably worked, but it would have also pissed them all off again, which would have more than likely ended in tears. It just would have been a funny idea. Which is why having that spell is a mistake for me, because I'm going to make poor decisions like that at some point because of it. I know you're alive. Let's just, you know, do something about that before you get woke up by somebody else and come flying up behind me randomly. Bonfire ahead, huh? Bonfire ahead, try right. Oh, there's a whole thing happening over there. Assume in here, then? Yeah. A very involved little section over here, huh? Baron keep perimeter. So much going on around here. Good lord. That is admittedly a fairly good stopping point, but I wanna nose around a little bit more. Ahead. Visions of trap, let me out of here. Oh, that's a bug. Assuming that's the community fucking around again. Oh, hi. That's a dark ray, isn't it? Yep, that's a dark wraith, all right. Recognize that stupid shield anywhere. Get backstabbed, idiot. Oh, you have a friend, though. Why wasn't your friend helping you at all till now? Buy myself a second to breathe. Where the fuck did you come from? Why are you fighting them? You were just fighting them before. Oh, that works. Die. Okay. What the fuck? I don't understand why there's so many of them so near each other, and yet only like a handful of them are fighting. Yet if I touched any of them within a country mile, they would all come charging over, probably. Good lord. Shenanigans abound here, I tell ya. Okay, see, now we know there's two of them. Yeah, sure, I'm just standing here and you just magically know I'm here, I guess. Okay. Oh, this is gonna change how that fight's gonna play out pretty hard, huh? And of course, God forbid you be staggered by anything. Now, fuck you and your stupid shield, and your grab. Fuck you. Thanks for another pair of gauntlets, I guess. Like, obviously, we're gonna just let this happen. There's no reason for me to get involved over there. We are instead gonna go shank this guy again. Because that is just a pure positive for us to get rid of him. Yeah, he's just strolling along, just slaughtering a lot of them, apparently. That's very convenient for me, as long as I can actually let that happen. I think they got him. Considering they seem to have gone back to just hanging out. I think they got him finally. That's inconvenient to me. Admittedly, when I assassinated one of the two of them, that probably changed how this scenario plays out, like I said before. Hi, I'm your new friend. Is that how you greet your new friend? Really? I don't like that sound. It sounded like there was a caster of some kind nearby, but apparently not. Oh, pale tongue out of that one. Oh, there's fighting going on inside. I think. There's one of the hoppy boys. Oh no, he has a knife. Never mind. Seemed like the type to want to jump around. There's the spear guy who came and randomly ruined my whole day, I think. Actually, no, it probably was the two that I just killed before, but either way. Hell with that guy, too. Bug pellet. That's the guy I stabbed before. Okay, looks like the only thing forward is to open the door and see what all this commotion is about. Sure, that's gonna end well. He says, fully thinking that he probably should go spend this 10,000 souls first. Oh, yeah, that's got Boss Arena written all over it. Come back to that, though, in a minute. This does, however, mean I have to deal with the Dark Wraiths and all their friends again. But it also means I don't lose 10,000 souls. Considering the amount of souls I've set on fire today, I think it's kind of important. We've also not done, like, any upgrading after all of the Titanite we've picked up. So it's probably a good idea to get that upgrading done.
Just wasn't it?
So am I committing to using this? I mean, since I can just get more Titanite, I suppose not. Oh. Well, I'm not even gonna be using that much of it there. Well then. Create our Heretic Staff. Now it's got A rank just like the Sorcerer Staff does. But it's got 15 more spell buff, so I'm assuming that's useful. We probably could make more use of Steady Chant to buff our spells before we go in and start using them too, but that relies on me having prep time. And heavy, for those wondering, is the strength equivalent of sharp, so it just would make the strength scaling on something really good. Otherwise known as completely useless to us. We are not a strong man, we are fast, nimble, and slicey. Just don't feel like poison on any of these melee weapons is really that good an idea.
Pretty be careful.
So we made our knives slightly better, and we made our staff a fair bit better.
Oh, hand in one.
So that's 65 total damage as opposed to 45. No, the fire damage is nice, but I don't think it's worth spending the money on. I needed to come think about that again and look at that again. I could spend the money to grab the Pontiff Knight Curved Sword. Is you'll notice it does have a little bit of an intelligence requirement. The thing that I would buy this in a heartbeat if this also had intelligence scaling. Now, as we discussed, there are ways to give something that scaling, I'm pretty sure, but that makes it not a priority right now. Back up to 11,000, because I'm pretty sure that'll mean 2 levels. Now that I've spent on everything else that I'm going to spend on. Oh, wait. No. I need to see who this scroll goes to before I say that I'm done doing business.
Oh.
No, you don't take the scroll. Okay.
Be safe.
Away. Maybe the former servant of the divinity wants the golden scroll then. Never mind, they're gone. Okay. Or they've moved. May have moved around somewhere. So much for that plan, then. What does this golden scroll say on it? Learn sorceries of Ulasil. I would like that, but I have no one to teach me, I guess. The only one who I would have thought would have done it, because he teaches sorceries right now, doesn't want the scroll. Let me try actually like talking to him. See if he generates a prompt.
Oh. As I have said, I was once a sorcerer. Alas, the magic of Londor is a far cry from the wonders of Vinheim. But I can teach you what I know. Perhaps, more importantly, I believe that I can help tease out your true strength. We pilgrims of Londor are keenly aware that those branded by the dark sign possess something quite special.
Yeah, I really just don't trust that. Nothing about that sounds
Be
good.
safe.
Nothing about that sounds good and reasonable. Like, that just screams trap.
Welcome, speak. Very well, then taken.
Do I keep pushing my vitality up? Oh, and I don't actually have enough for 2 levels. That's upsetting. And give me that. Hold that thought.
Ah,
Can I pawn off? That won't hurt me much. Also, it's funny that we get Lightning Spear already when this is not the time that I'm using Miracles. Like, the one game I chose to use Miracles in was the time where Lightning Spear was way out there comparatively. I'm never gonna use a Great Shield, so we'll go ahead and get rid of that. Like, there are some things within the pool of, like, oh yeah, I'll never use this, that I'm willing to get rid of it. Like, this needs 17 strength. This can go away. The Grass Crest shield might actually... no, because that's a parry shield, not a weapon skill shield, so I would definitely use the spider shield more. I would rather keep my weapon skills available rather than parrying, because I have no intention of parrying. And get rid of the spare Dark Gauntlet. And at this point, just go ahead and sell one Ember, it's fine.
Ashen Motman.
Welcome. Very well. Then take.
These vitality levels really aren't going to do too much for us in the in the current scheme of things, but they'll do more for us in the grand scheme of things. Because we do now have 62 equip load, which is not half bad. Yep, is... Now it seems like Havel's Ring is still adding roughly 8. Does it just add 8? Hard to say. Haunted Folly, thank you for the raid. What were you up to today? Hey, hopefully you were having a grand time. Nice, nice. Hopefully the demos went well. Based on you finishing Dead Format, I have to assume it went well. Now, I will say, you are catching me as I'm in the tail end of my own session here. But I am going to be trying a fight before we end, so there's a little bit of time left. Because we did just get up to a fight. Next time, Dongers, next time. Just build up more farts to get Folly with later. That's how that works. Get back to the Farron Keep perimeter.
Welcome to your doom.
Absolutely, you go enjoy your food, and thank you again for bringing everybody on over. I will certainly do my best. This game being what it is, it kind of goes swinging back and forth, but you know, that's how it be. Now, the path I'm pretty sure leads me to a boss is over that way, but let's quickly poke our head over here. And then we'll commit to the bit. You just keep sleeping. It can be, depending on how you look at it. I get the feeling these two weren't friends. He just didn't care. Joke's on him. That's a lesson in why you should care. Oh, that's a problem right there. That's a whole issue. Last one of those we fought, we got obliterated. Are you gonna care that I'm going past here? Just, yeah, you're chilling? Okay. Ooh, great magic weapon. Oh! That loops us back to the Road of Sacrifices, where this guy is waiting for us. And he had reach on that. I thought I was gonna be able to back up enough, but yeah, that was a bad surprise to just walk out a door into. Anyway, we're just gonna not worry about that right now then. Because if that just loops back to the Road of Sacrifices, I have no real reason to worry about that right now. It's interesting that it loops back there though. Probably gonna be worth looking into further. Yeah, no, he's got arms for days. And very little respect for anyone around him. Now we're just gonna wait a minute because there's some dark wraiths coming up that are going to mess up this whole bunch of enemies over here, so I don't have to. There they are right now. Right on cue. Now, admittedly, we're gonna have to fight them afterwards, but, you know, they'll be weaker, so why not just let our enemies fight amongst themselves and we profit from it? After all, we're getting the souls for it. Somehow. Don't ask how. There's no reason to question that. Everything's fine. They've still got more killing to do. While they're going up that way to kill them, I'm going to creep on up here and deal with the ones that are over here. Or... oh, I guess he went running off into the fight too. Never mind. That actually makes things somewhat convenient for me. Is they're still heading up this way, it looks like, based on the health bars disappearing. Yep, they're fighting that guy now. So while they're split up, it's a good time to take this one out. Thanks, game. Thanks for betraying me on that dodge. That's clearly what I needed at that exact moment. One down. Oh, good. We got the sword and the armor that time. Neat. Anyway, considering what my goal is right now, how about we just scarp her before the other one notices we're here? Yep, this is what I figured. Thought I remembered right about what was going to happen in this room. This is not a fight, necessarily, that's happening. Well, it is, but it isn't. Are we interrupting something? I could leave. The doors are open right behind me. I could just turn around and go. You could just finish what you're doing. Love the hat, by the way. So yeah, the Abyss Watchers of the Undead Legion. And I didn't even get to move. Thanks, game. Love that for me. Love when I just get caught in a combo and I'm not even allowed to roll out of it or anything. Now, it's important to bear in mind the very phrasing there saying Abyss Watchers. And bear in mind the fact that that guy's health bar was going down actually decently quickly. Which tells you that that whole situation is a trap. I think, though, that I can probably just book it in there and not have to worry about waiting for the Dark Wraiths or anything. Oh, of course, you just have spear reach for ages. Why not? Gotta go. Yep, that's what I was afraid of for trying to do it that way. I go for the faster arrows. Just so I have more leeway to avoid things like that happening. Yep, there's the second one. In case anybody's like, wow, you should fight fair. It's just a one-on-one. It's like, yeah, no, it's a two-on-one. It's gonna get worse, too, I'm pretty sure. See that body moving over there? Yeah. It's by no means a fair fight by any stretch of the imagination. Thankfully, they do conflict with each other, as you can see there, so it actually does even out a little bit. They want me dead, but they also want each other dead. It's an interesting situation on the whole. Ow. God, that move reaches so far. Yeah, I just cannot go in on these guys, like, at all. The second I try to close the gap to hit them, they will just destroy me. The knives are just not really gonna work here. But you may have noticed toward the end of that fight, the fight basically can win itself. If I bait the extras that show up into the main one, I will just win, and I'm pretty sure. So it's kind of funny that way. So let's book it and try to make that happen, shall we? Back in we go. Oh, come on now. At that magic range where I can actually fire on him pretty freely. His friends are gonna start getting up. Nope, they're still after me. Those two are fighting. Okay, okay, hang on. Concept to concept. Got him. Now, I dealt the killing blow, so I didn't even actually use the advantage I had completely there. But, there's also a catch, in case anybody thinks that this is over. It isn't over. All will be one. The strength of many for the power of one. Now it's time for the real fight. Which is a shame because I was using everything I had and he, yeah, barely even was trying. Thankfully, his health bar is still fairly fragile. But now he's got fancy fire tricks he can do. As if his attacks needed more reach. Thankfully, the fire is less dangerous than his sword is. So we've got that going for us. Except when he gets the flip attack. The flip attack is the problem for the setup we have here. Still, I did better than I expected to, but I do think I got very lucky on the first phase with him ending up getting tangled up with the other ones. So I could get some heavy arrows off. In theory, I can win this fight, though. Right off the top with what I have. It's just a matter of getting through the first phase relatively unscathed. By rights, I should have gotten hit there. I'm gonna be real with you on that one. Yep, I knew I was gonna get caught by the other one. I was really hoping he was gonna choose to go for his friend first. That didn't go nearly as well. I should have just grabbed my money ahead of time. But I was like, nah. Save that for later so you don't get caught out trying to pick it up. Which the logic was sound, the results were less. Okay. Once more into the breach. On the bright side, I now have even less reason to bother trying to pick up those souls. So I've got that going for me. Oh boy. See, his approach changes as the fight goes on. He starts off real cagey, which gives me time to do things, and then he gets more and more aggressive as it goes. Combine that with the additional Abyss Watchers coming in, and it gets real bad real fast. Thanks, Lock-On. Appreciate it. You know, don't let me cycle to the one that's charging at me or anything so I can track him properly. No. Clearly, I need to keep my eyes locked on the one that has the health bar. Which is not unreasonable, but not what I asked for. Just trying to blind dodge the one that was sliding at me was asking for trouble. Back in we go again. Yeah, that was greedy. Timing ended up being real bad there. You weren't even aiming at me there. I don't know what you were doing. I need to wake up the third one and start stirring up some trouble here. There we go. No, he didn't retarget. He is still really committed to kicking my ass right now. This is such a bad situation. Be still dodging away from this one and have this one now be free to chase me too. Puts me in a really awkward spot. His situations like this are gonna keep happening now, where they're both swinging at me together, leaving me no leeway, particularly at times. Okay. They're distracted. Really? You fucking just fluidly dodged that somehow. Okay, sure, why not? Once again, forgetting that baseline sorceries in these games are dog shit at hitting a moving target. Because they'll just sometimes just go right through them. Now, I could have pressed the attack and gone in with the knives on that, but that would have been asking for trouble. Like, that pretty much would have guaranteed if I made even the slightest finger twitch wrong, I would have been dead. I thought I made the safer choice. Oh, of course, you just happened to keep up with me this time. Of course. Once more, the game conspires to piss me off sometimes. Wasting some of my Estus before I even get into the boss fight. Hey, could you do me a favor and do something about those guys outside first? Before you deal with me? I forgot there was another swing on that combo. Because he doesn't do that one that often. At least not with the way I've been playing. But obviously he's playing differently this time. I have a bit of a different thought about that right now, but I'm gonna hold my tongue on that at this exact juncture, considering the degree of aggravation I'm currently experiencing. The problem I'm running into is I'm not getting them to line up the way I want to make this not a huge pain in my ass. So I would genuinely rather fight the second phase the whole way. This first phase is a pain in my dick. Because of just the fact that it starts getting ridiculous with the amount of them that can end up being in play at the same time. I would rather fight the Fire Sword longer. Because that is so much more controllable. Interesting choice of a time to clip. I feel like there may have been a better moment sooner than that. I love getting hit through the fog door. It's my favorite thing. You know, I'm not surprised now that you mentioned that. Yep, of course. Everyone's favorite mechanic. The slide halfway across the arena, a dash attack, yes. Like, even taking crowd control out of the equation, that slide is disgusting. Like, do you have time warning on it? Sure, but if you look anywhere else other than at him for even a split second when he does that, he's already through you and you're dead. It's a nightmare. Like, not having any durability to speak of is going to make this a slog. Because it's gonna be genuinely a case of I twitch my finger wrong once, I'm dead again and again and again. And he can pursue so fucking well. Like, this is a prime example of the you don't get breathing space fight I was talking about compared to fighting the Crystal Sage. I would rather a fight like the Crystal Sage all day, every day, than something that's up my ass the entire time, where I have no chance to even think for a half a second, because there's always something after me. Like, there is no fighting tactically in a scenario where you're constantly pursued and you barely even have time to be on your feet, let alone get a chance to take action. Like, I genuinely feel like this fight is almost random with how the early part of it can go. Like, yes, they do rise up in specific spots, so you can control that to a certain degree. But his pattern is very hard to control, and his pattern is also very brutal, I would say. Because again, you just have no breathing space. And then you have times like that where the game betrays you and tries to make you spin your camera instead of locking onto him like I wanted to. So I even have a chance of having control enough to avoid him. And I do feel like it would be far more reasonable if all of them fought each other rather than it being the third one pops up and then they start fighting amongst themselves. It's like, obviously, you can tell it's the red eyes that indicate, hey, that's the one that they're gonna fight against. But let me tell you, again, the breathing space issue comes up of I don't have chance to really think hard about that concept. And you have times like this where the one you're fighting isn't the one you're targeting anymore. Oh, you actually realized I was doing that, huh? That's a shame. Like, I am not one who enjoys the you are harried the whole way fights. At all. I find them stressful and frustrating. Okay. But exactly as I pointed out before, at least you do have the advantage of the fight kind of does do itself. Once you can get any of them that are going to fight the main one up. Like, I see the vision for what they were going for here, but especially for my playstyle, this is just kind of painful. As I said before, I would genuinely prefer to just do this section of the fight the whole way. I don't mind being in the zone, but you also have to bear in mind, I'm streaming this, so I can't really flow state the same way other people would be able to without losing track of everything else I'm doing. Not now, Charlotte. Yeah, I just didn't even have a chance to take action there. He was just full aggro that time. Didn't even give me a chance to even start casting a spell. Even the shortest spell I have, he was already in there and on me before it even had half a cast going. Well, that was a wasted attempt. Glad that's just in the bin. Just alongside the other 10 attempts already. That's a great feeling. And that's the other thing, is I don't enter that flow state from being pressured like this. That's not how I operate. I am much more likely to enter the flow state where I'm doing my best if I have some pressure, but not this much pressure. This is past the range for me. Because I can read everything he's doing, but I hit a point where I feel like I literally cannot do anything but react to him the whole way. Because he attacks so much. Yeah. This is why I'm explaining it the way I am, because I'm not saying it's a bad fight, it's a bad fight for me. It also doesn't help that the Red Eye ones just target both. Case in point there, he just decided to flip targets even if I wasn't aiming at him and just completely fucked that attempt. Did I have any warning that he was gonna flip targets? No, he just decided, you know what, fuck that guy. Ignore the guy who's literally about to stab me in the back. No, I'm gonna jump over there and kill the wizard. Like, what do you do with this? That the only response I would have had in that scenario would have been to already be dodging, just assuming he was gonna jump for me instead. Like, you have a second or so warning when you see him tense, sure, but that's just not enough room when I'm in the middle of already doing something else. I'll give them this. At least they're staggerable. So there's that saving grace there. Which probably makes this fight very simple if you've got a heavy weapon. But I would say that this is the fight that's going to be the biggest problem. This fight is the antithesis of the build we're going for at this exact juncture as well. His light weapons and ranged attacks are not really advantageous against a fast opponent. Yeah, this is why I'm explaining it, like I said, the way that I am. This may be the one that I actually have to either switch weapons or upgrade more in order to crowbar past, or just hope that I get a good pattern, because that's about the only other move I've got at this point, is just getting a good pattern to land. Where I actually get the breathing space I need to make literally any move. Yeah, I don't even know why I thought I was gonna get to the push buttons there. And see, the way this fight works is also playing into the very same frustration I have with fights that end up only having weak points open temporarily and things like that. Is you just end up being stuck in such a reaction loop that you don't get to have any other gameplay. You are just on the run. You don't get to do anything. So it forces me to become impatient as well. And as we've discussed before, I'm not a patient fighter by any stretch of the imagination in most cases. Can I be? Yes. I prefer not to be. So my general inclination will not be favorable for a situation like this either. Really use another one of the red eyes right about now. Thank you. Okay, he killed the non-red eye. Nope, he's still on me. There we go, now he's targeting. There we go. Ah, I wanted to drink my magic before the cutscene triggered, but I couldn't get it to happen quick enough. Because I didn't trust him not to dodge that arrow. That's the wrong button. Thanks, me. Thanks, hands. The heavy arrows away. You're not gonna get to shoot them anyway. I timed that wrong, and now it's all gonna go to shit because I'm not gonna get enough breathing space to do things. Yep, knew I was getting punished for that. Couldn't bank on getting any other breathing space before I took even the slightest hit, though. There it is again. As you may have noticed the fundamental problem here. Well, one of two fundamental problems. Even the slightest brush with that flame is over half of my health. That leaves me very little room for error. And 6 hours in, I don't think I have that kind of error proofing in me. I'm gonna try one more time, but we're not using the knives. The knives don't have the the leeway I need to try to do anything there. The only problem is, our only other decent long weapon is the longsword, which is fire, and since they're already using a fire weapon, I doubt that it's gonna... Yeah, that's exactly what I was picturing. Because that's also the same thing a lot of people end up saying when they have a very easy time with some of the fights that I struggle through. It's like, well, do you hit it with big weapon? Oh hey, maybe that might make a difference. And having the durability not to just get eviscerated on contact also helps a lot. Could you fucking not? Good lord. Now, that's not to say that the Unga Bunga strategy doesn't have its own problems. Because obviously you have to time your hits enough to even hit him. I almost didn't get out of that. Same reason I don't do Greatsword and Monster Hunter. I don't play the timing game like that. I also just don't have the same interest others do in big stompy weapon. Yep, just go ahead and swing your sword through your friend, because that clearly is just a fair and reasonable thing to do that has no consequences at all. Yep, I knew I was getting punished on that one. Oh, great. Yep. We got fucked because of the random guy coming flying out of the distance again. By rights, I should have gotten out of that, but I got just staggered enough, and then here comes Captain Asshole with the steer chair. Pung! Right in the back of my fucking head again. Well, yeah, though the making mistakes or getting too greedy is the bane of every build. There is no build that is mistake-proof, I would say. It's exactly accurate to what happened there, Captain Asshole, the fucking steel chair. Remember when I said I was only going to try one more time? I may or may not have hit spite mode. You know, I think I understand another thing that frustrates me about this enemy, actually. It represents dual-wielding working way better for them than it ever really feels like it does for the player, outside of specific weapons working really well. Get this fucking guy off my tail! That gave me a really good crowbar opportunity. Now I just need to manage to get another good opportunity like that to happen without getting crushed first. Those coming back from the ads, you'll notice absolutely nothing has changed. No. Okay. You see, the thing is, the sword at least lends me confidence that I'm gonna make the small swings I have to do like that land and not end up just short. That's why I wasn't using the knives at all. Because I couldn't be confident in my spacing to get the hit with a knife in. I was terrified of the, oh, I just barely missed. Oh, guess that's just gone all horribly wrong immediately. Drink that while he's still posing. Wanna fucking dance? Let's dance. Had enough of your flashy nonsense. And enough of being afraid of you. That's the wrong flask! Yep. All because I drank the wrong flask. Is we had a good loop going there, and all it took was me forgetting that I'd switched to my magic flask to make sure I had it ready. So fucking sick of this fight already. Because that's all it takes is one fumble like that and popped right out of it. Popped right out of the loop I had going. And the whole thing crumbled. This is why I can't rely on getting into that position, necessarily. Because my only alternative at that point then is A, completely give up on magic in the second phase, which is a risk. B, don't use magic at all in the first phase, which is arguably less of a risk. Or somehow just get my amounts that I use down so perfectly that it splits nicely and I don't have to worry about recharging at all. Which, good fucking luck with that idea. Especially considering I'm switching spells as I go, that doesn't really work. Like, especially when there's two of them in play like this, there's no getting in there, really, without major risks. Yeah, no, I don't know why I went for a second heavy there. And I'm dead! Now, something I should explain for those who may not understand the difference heavier armor might make is perhaps you don't play these at all, you just watch people play them. The amount I'm getting knocked around is not something that somebody in heavier armor would be necessarily experiencing. Even if you take the amount of health damage out of the equation, I would be in much better control of what's happening if I had more stability. Poise is the correct word, but irrelevant for the point of making here. And as with the previous two games, I do also have an additional problem that people with a more dedicated build don't have, in that my stats are much more divided than someone else may be, leading to me being much more inefficient. I shouldn't have went for that. I really thought I had enough of an opening that I could have hit him out of his combo there. Because I think it is possible. But I had that millisecond of hesitance before I swung for it that gave him all the leeway he needed to finish his move. All of the spite and stubbornness in the world, though, if we don't get it in a couple more attempts, it's just gonna be it for today, one way or the other. The way he recovers out of attacks, even when it's something that does stagger him, is also really fucking nasty. Like, what's that? You want to hit him once and then have to run for your life again? Well, good news, that's what you're getting. Yep. Hey, look, it's my old friend the floor. For those wondering, I was in fact mashing roll, but when you're standing back up from something like that, you only get the capacity to do anything again after a certain point. And he hit me before that point. Because this game doesn't really concern itself with the concept of iframes outside of rolling. They kind of... Well, they do exist, but they're more of a suggestion in any other capacity, really. It's like, what's that? You're cratered into the floor, just barely standing up? Well, time to kick you in the nuts before you finish standing. Hope you're okay with that. Get away from the gate so I don't just get randomly stabbed in the ass there either. Doesn't help that that dash is variable range, too. Like, he won't overshoot you with it. I gotta be aware of his friend the whole time. Yep, fucking knew it. I knew the second I stopped to try to do anything, he was gonna go for me. Because that's the smart move. Like, that's the part where I can't help but feel that I can't be too mad, because they're doing the smart thing. They're fighting properly tactically against me. I'm just the one in the bucket right now, so of course I'm not happy about it. Because nobody likes to be the guy at the massive disadvantage unless you actually have something that'll even that up better than what I have. Is one would think, oh yeah, your magical level the playing field. Yeah, if I could cast any of it, sure. But there's no room for it. I feel like I can't help but be missing sorceries at this point. Because it feels wrong for me not to have gotten any other sorceries other than Crystal Hail and Farron Dart. Other than what I started with by now. That said, I did just have a thought. So when this attempt invariably fails, I have an idea. I don't know how much that idea will help, but it's a thought. Yeah, I didn't have reach for that. I don't know what the fuck I was thinking. Hello, Backfoot, my old friend. I'd like to get to press buttons again. Like, at no point am I asking for this fight to just be free and clean. That's never what I'm saying when I say these things. Oh, and of course now I have a hair in my left eye. Thanks, body. I'm glad you're betraying me too right now. Because that's clearly what I fucking need in my life right now. Why did... The answer is I keep forgetting that I've switched to the wrong spell because I'm busy fucking dodging 1,000 swings. That if I don't roll with good timing, I'm just fucked. I would love to get to shoot at him at all, but no, I've got this guy up my goddamn tail again. Yep. Punish every move I make. God forbid I even touch a button. Nope. Gameplay's not allowed. I'm just supposed to sit here and be a punching bag at the rate you two are going. Fuck you and your fancy swing. At least now I can get the damn hair out of my eye that decided, oh hey, you haven't moved. I'm gonna just somehow like twist and jab you in the eye in the middle of that fight anyway. Because fuck you, that's why. Does anybody else ever have that happen? Like, you're just not even moving, and yet a hair on your body just betrays you out of nowhere? I don't fucking understand how that happens. I can't even say that there's, like, a breeze in here that causes it or anything. Very stale air in here at this point. And yet that happened. Really wishing I was playing Shadow Tower Abyss right now so I could just pull out a shotgun. Shoot you. Why'd I pull that? It's because it's the same company. Yep. Oh, you actually missed. Look at you actually missing for once in a fucking blue moon spinning backwards. Oh, you do that more often. Yep. For those wondering why the yup, that's why. Because I knew the second that the third one got up, I was getting hit. There was no other reality that was gonna happen there. That was exactly how that was always gonna play out from the second I got knocked into the air there. More often than not, I can see multiple realities of, okay, these are the 3 things, for example, that I could do in this scenario, or the 3 things that are likely to happen in this scenario. That one, there was one scenario. I die. Because if I roll right, the other one gets me. I roll left, red eye still gets me. I don't move, exactly what happened. Yes, game, I clearly wanted to use the useless fucking kick there, instead of stabbing the man trying to kill me. Game, we need to have words. I wasn't even pressing forward that time. I actually had in fact pressed back. And it still kicked anyway. Yep. God forbid I be allowed to play the game. Yep. Just keep juggling me. Okay. I officially give up now. We will come back next week and we will win that fight. At this point, all I'm going to do is make myself angry. Which, for those wondering, no, at no point there was I actually angry yet. Is at least during that fight, compared to some fights, I felt like something was still happening. That's a very hard thing to explain to people. I don't know how to fully explain what I mean when I say that there was still something happening in the fight. The best way to give it a short explanation is that I still saw room for improvement without having to have it just be I did a perfect go at the fight. Is that, as I've spoken numerous times about before, I'm not the one who wants to go for the perfect fight. If the only option I have is the perfect fight, I'm out. I'm just done at that point. Because I know better. I know that I will not really ever land the perfect fight. There will always be room for an error or two. Like, even at the best I do, I would anticipate an error or even more. So the moment you set me up in a situation where it has to be done precisely and perfectly, unless it's platforming, I'm out. At that point, I've lost. Now we're down to the deciding where to raid scenario, in case people are wondering what I'm looking at and why I'm not always continuing the line of thought. I'm more distracted than usual. I'm trying to figure out where we're going from here. Because as usual, I have a lot of options. Today's Tuesday, so schedule-wise as well. Today's Tuesday, obviously nothing tomorrow, because tomorrow's Wednesday. There's a small chance I may be appearing in something tomorrow, because someone's doing a 24-hour stream, and I may pop up at some point there. That same 24-hour stream is part of my consideration for raid target, but I'm still in debate mode for that right now. Thursday is either going to be Archipelago cleanup or just a filler day of some variety, because the collab is Friday with the all-day Mecha Chameleon lobby, and I wasn't gonna stack multiple collabs that I plan back to back in the same week. The last time I did that, I definitely stretched myself kind of thin. So we're not repeating that mistake unless I'm in a particularly good way. Which, with the temperatures this week, that ain't how this is. Saturday is still a little floaty. I know I talked about this yesterday about why it's a bit floaty, but it's currently torn between whether I am going to do a stream at regular time and then go into the Pratfall collab for someone's birthday week, or if I'm going to wait for that. That's going to very heavily depend on really just how I'm feeling that day, and I hate to phrase it that way because of the fact that that doesn't give you all any information to work with. And as one who likes to have information ahead of time, I wouldn't want to be left without the information too. But when there isn't information, there isn't information. Okay, they're doing that. I'm being my usual super indecisive self as to where we're going. You know what would actually be really great for this Twitch following list? Ways to filter it. That would actually be super handy. Because you only have a recommended for you and a high to low sort option. So that also brings into question, like, okay, then how would you filter it? What filter options would you give people? Which I fully acknowledge that that's where it would become a problem. But it would just be so nice for a moment like right now where I'm trying to make a decision. Yeah, I have rated you in the last 30 days. That's what I thought. You do have a whole thing going on right now with a bunch of people, so no, we won't do that one. When did I last raid you? Yes, I clearly want these way over-flooded streamers that have thousands of people watching. Those are clearly the ones I'm trying to search for when I use the search feature and type a word that doesn't even have anything to do with these people. Yes, that's clearly what I'm looking for. I swear. Like, you can tell that my patience has grown real thin at this point. But with how I'm responding to the way that Twitch's terrible features work. I'm just trying to check something, and it is being a pain in my ass about it. And I don't remember the search feature being this bad within the Raid browser. Usually if I typed something, it would give me people's names. In this particular case, it keeps trying to give me categories, which is not what I'm asking for. Because it's almost like there's a category search right underneath the search I'm using. Which is not the search I'm using, by the way. So why would I want the answers it's giving me? Why, under any circumstances, would I be asking it for that? Like, for fuck's sake. When isn't Twitch hitting me? If I made a list of poorly designed websites, Twitch would be really high on that list. I don't know if it would be the top one, because I know of websites that just don't even function. So I kind of have to put them above Twitch, because Twitch at least sometimes works. When it wants to. How it wants to. That's not that high a bar to pass, though. Just like, my patience is definitely fucking emptied, though. And I had told myself I was gonna end before doing that fight to begin with. So there's the added layer of, hey, what do you know? It's almost like we told ourselves maybe we shouldn't have even have tried that right now. Which never makes anything feel good either. But I've got a raid target now that I finally managed to fight with Twitch enough to actually get the target loaded. So, you know, that's great. We're gonna go see Rymera, who's doing Elden Ring. So, everybody that wants to see more pain and suffering in that vein will get to. though they know what they're doing far better than I do. Because they're doing a magic-only run in Elden Ring, because they've done Elden Ring a decent bit. We already talked schedule, so we're not going to go back over that again right now. On the bright side, should be in a better mood on Thursday. Like, I was in a pretty good mood for most of today, I would say. We really didn't start getting to the ground down point till the latter half of Farron Keep, I would say. The latter half of Farron Keep, and that fight in particular, was the breaking point. But, again, it be what it be. Be good to Rhaenyra, she's good people, and I will see you all on Thursday, hopefully. If not, on Friday. Good night, everybody.